And Michigan State blew a 9-point lead with 13 minutes left. They went about, 6.5 minutes without scoring a point. They were 7 for 17 from the free throw line. And it's just incredible, and that's why they lost to Minnesota 59-56. They host Illinois Saturday at the Brez. Michigan home tonight against Wisconsin at Chrysler. 248-539-9797. We're talking about the Players Tribune article that Alex Anzalone penned yesterday. Really heartfelt. Really makes you feel good as a Lion fan that, players who play here feel that way about the city and about their team.
Mm-hmm. They care.
Yes, they do. Greg in West Bloomfield, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just saying, Anzalone, I posted the last portion of his comment on my Facebook account where he said, this year it hurts, next year it's us, believe. And my comment on there was, we're going to hold you to that, Alex. So I think it's pretty cool that he said that, and because that is exactly what the fans want to hear. And then one more thing real quick, if I can share this with you. I got a letter. I sent a letter of encouragement to go.
So say again, we lost you for a second. You sent a letter of encouragement to who?
To Aiden Hutchinson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and when people were talking about how he wasn't getting sacks and everything, yesterday I got a letter that was from him. And I was like, why is sending me a letter? And then I remembered that I had written to him. And it was cool. He was saying pretty much the same thing as what Alex Anzalone had said. So it was pretty cool.
That is really cool. Let me ask you this, Greg. Do you believe, like Alex Anzalone, that next season, if they don't win the Super Bowl, the season's a failure?
No. I won't consider it a failure because it was great that they did what they did this year. But if they can get back next year, let's say, and win the NFC and go to the Super Bowl, that's another step forward, whether they win or lose. So I won't consider it a failure. However, I will say that I do expect them to do that, and I expect them to win. Barring any injuries or anything, all things being equal, I expect them to win. I do.
All right. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Greg. 248-539-9797. A lot of it is just semantics because I'm just not wired that if a team gets to the Super Bowl for the first time and they lose next year, that the season is a failure. I can't even think that way. I can't even think that way that even if they get to the NFC Championship game again and have a really good season and win 2 playoff games or maybe one if they have, the 1 seed, that the season as in a whole is a failure. And
if they have the 1 seed and don't get to the Super Bowl, you don't think that it's very
disappointing. Failure? It's maybe you could say the postseason might be a failure, but the whole season, no, I don't think it's a failure. Failure to me,
it all leads to one thing.
I understand. To me, and there's no right or wrong here. To me, the whole failure thing is just too encompassing to say that when you're one of the 2 best teams or one of the 4 best teams, that season is a failure. Now, if you go to the same level 4 or 5 years in a row, then I think that's a little different.
So wasn't it the Eagles back in the McNabb era?
Oh, yes. After a while.
Did they go to 5 straight?
No, I think it was
3.
Yeah, they finally won one of them. Yeah, they lost to Tampa. They lost to Carolina, I believe. And I think they beat Atlanta to go when they finally win. Anyway, yeah. After a while, yeah, it becomes a failure. Anything short of winning the Super Bowl next year being a failure is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. We just had our first winning season in how many years? Well, they actually won last year, 9-8. But not make the playoffs would be a failure. But not this anything short of a Super Bowl title junk. Extremely well written by Anzalone. He managed to articulate what so many fans have been feeling since the loss. I didn't think I could get any more pumped up for next season, but I just did. Go Lions! That's Stephanie texting in from Northville. Guys, I really don't understand why these fans support the Lions the way they do. After all the history and the way they lost the last game against San Francisco, people still want to think that Dan Campbell is the coach to get them to the Super Bowl. Well, he's not. He's a transitional coach, and the Lion fans better hope that he is because he cannot call a game to save his life. Okay. Look, there are things that we disagree with, but to say he can't call a game to save his life is, I think, factually wrong. Would that be fair to say?
Yes. I mean, you can have whatever opinion you want, but
yes, exactly.
I mean, there are stupid questions, and I believe there are stupid opinions. if you think Dan Campbell can't call a game, or you think that he can't get you to a Super Bowl,
right?
I think that is. It's like saying I'd rather have Hendon Hooker over Jared Goff. That to me is asinine.
Yeah,
I just don't get. At least you got to. It remains to be seen, right?
Right. So I guess I can't say that is asinine because they haven't gotten there yet. So we don't actually know if he can get them there because it hasn't been done.
He's responsible for the attitude that Anzalone has. He's responsible for Hutch's response to the caller.
Setting the tone in the offseason.
Yes.
All right. Speaking of the offseason, if you take Brad Holmes verbatim, will the Lions be major players in free agency? And if not, are you okay with that? 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. After the Spartans fell at Minnesota 59-56, Tom Izzo did reveal that a key member of his team, Mady Sissoko, wasn't able to contribute the way he is normally able to for a very good reason. Now, not great news. Minnesota did out-rebound State, and the Spartans also missed 10 free throws. MSU also had Tyson Walker go down with an injury, which is when the Gophers made a 9-point run in the second half. We knew that Calvin Johnson admitted to smoking weed after a large number of his NFL games during his Lions career. He did admit to Robert Griffin III that in his final season, he needed the high during games as well to play through the pain. This was nearly a decade ago. The NFL stopped testing for THC about 3 years ago. Tamika Catchings will coach Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren during the NBA Rising Stars game next week. The Pistons sophomores will also play alongside Dyson Daniels, Paolo Banchero, Keontae George, Scoot Henderson, and Keegan Murray. And another big loss for Michigan football. Defensive line coach Mike Elston will leave Ann Arbor to pursue the NFL along with former coach Jim Harbaugh to Los Angeles, as defensive coordinator Jesse Minter also made his defection official, as Sharon Moore and the Wolverines will seek to fill that role still. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Two 539-9797. Thank you very much. Chris Wojcik will join us at 9:30. Now, John, I know you definitely don't prescribe to this theory, or at least I don't think so, but I've seen, not the majority, but I've seen a few Michigan fans on social media saying, when it comes to the NFL, my favorite team, besides the Lions, if they're from here or whoever, is any team that plays the Chargers. People are kind of pissed. But that's, like I said, it's not the majority.
Yeah, there's a business side to everything. Mm-hmm. And this is just the ugly side of business, the ugly business side of football.
Because if Jim loved us so much, he wouldn't take any of our guys.
But he did not.
I know.
Okay.
That's what people are saying.
Yeah.
All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Red in Detroit. What's up, Red?
What's going on, fellas?
How are you?
I'm better. I wanted to call you guys last week, but I was in too much pain. I called y'all 2 weeks ago. I was telling you that I was addicted to going to the games. I was at Levi Stadium, everything. I think that is Super Bowl bust. I believed in it this year. I had to sign up saying we're going to the Super Bowl when we was at the Kansas City game, but
You're not the guy that got the tattoo, are you?
No, I'm not the guy that got the tattoo. But I made Detroit news, Detroit Free Press, with the sign up saying, the Lions going to Super Bowl at the Chiefs game. Anywho, the Anzalone piece, I think that I'm nobody. I cried after the game, and, like, the 49ers fan hugged me. But, like, these guys that actually play, they work every single day to get better and better, put their blood, sweat, and tears. I was hurt. I can't even imagine how they feel. Like, I'm just a fan. So it got to be Super Bowl or bust. No, like, it just got to be. And I'm still going to Vegas this week because that's how much I believed in. Like, I couldn't cancel anything. Everything was set in stone. So I'm still going to Vegas.
So who do you root for? Do you
don't care. It's whatever. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna have a good time. I'm gonna gamble. I'm gonna try to hit big. I'm just enjoying myself, drink my sorrows, and go from there.
have a great time,
later,
Red?
guys.
Yeah.
Talk to you later.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Red. Appreciate it.
See, I think it's pretty clear who to root for. If the 49ers don't get this done right now, and especially depending on how Purdy plays, it significantly impacts what they do going forward. This is they're entering the end of their window.
Well, I mean, there are going to be some decisions to make. Obviously, Trent Williams is not young. Christian McCaffrey is not young. Deebo Samuel, with as aggressive as he plays and how angry he runs the ball, he's been banged up the last couple of years. How many
old
more
is
years is he?
McCaffrey? 27, 28?
I don't know.
They're all, though, getting longer.
He came into the league the same time as Leonard Fournette.
Right. But they have a very young quarterback. Ayuk isn't old. I mean, Kittle's getting up there. Yes, I get that, but I think they still, and especially they've been able to do a pretty good job, Trey Lance trade aside, with player acquisitions. I'm not sure.
He'll be 28 this year.
Especially if Purdy, is your guy for the next few years. I don't think their window's gone at all.
You're looking at the reality of the situation is, from their perspective, we keep bringing the same cast of characters back, and we're not getting it done. So then they make decisions to change things up, and that a lot of times that does teams wrong,
True.
And then I just feel like there's a little bit more of a benefit to the 49ers losing here potentially. I mean, you look at the difference between wouldn't you want the best? They are the best team in the NFC. I think we all agree. They earned it obviously on the field, but we've all thought that all year long.
Yes,
And
from the
for them
third
not
week of the season.
Okay, well, now and especially the fact they're playing the Chiefs again.
Yes.
I just feel like they may do something stupid if they don't get it done this time. I'll take the chance with that. I'm not saying they will.
Right.
I think the opportunity is, they potentially could do that.
Right. I'm rooting for the Chiefs because I like Mahomes and I like dominance, and they're just incredible.
I will disagree with that take that Gov has. I want the 49ers satisfied.
Oh, so they won't try to get better.
Yes.
I want them to keep chasing the QB. They're going to have a real conversation if they don't win this game and he plays bad.
Sure, they can have a conversation, but I mean, if you think about the conversation we had with Peter King yesterday and the ride that he had with Kyle Shanahan, I think Kyle Shanahan believes that he can win with Brock Purdy
right
now and in the future.
Well, you just brought up another reason, though. If Shanahan doesn't win this game, he starts becoming victim of a label.
Well,
that he can't win
everybody has that label until they do.
Right.
And how long did it take Andy Reid? Now he's sitting there with 2, going on possibly 3.
Right, because he lost he lost one with Philly, and then he didn't lose one with Kansas City first.
We just talked about it, though, all the NFC Championship game losses.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. All right, so for the Lions I'm not going to use the word rebuild, but the Lions to actually get better than they were this year, besides player development, and some of the young guys will naturally get better, there's a free agent market out there. And Brad Holmes basically does not believe, or at least so he says, in going after the splashy free agents.
The big fish.
Here's what Brad Holmes had to say on Monday about player acquisition for next year.
I'd rather enjoy it in February.
Yes, but
I get what he's saying.
Exactly. Now, for those who don't know, John, will you please explain what the marshmallow test is?
The marshmallow test, I looked it up earlier. It was a test done at Stanford, basically to prove delayed gratification.
Mm-hmm.
That some want instant gratification, others are okay with delayed gratification. So instead of winning the offseason, which we heard him talk about,
Mm-hmm.
and it's free agency, it's the draft, it's all of these different things in the offseason. When you're not playing games, would you rather win then, which we've seen the Lions try and do,
Oh, yeah.
make some headlines, create a little buzz, or would you rather win in December when you're getting ready to make a playoff run?
Yes. I mean, we saw it. I mean, remember free agency? What was it? Jim Schwartz was at like Kyle Van der Bosch's door at like midnight. They signed him, and he was okay for 1 year. And, you know, you have all that stuff. So let me ask you this. 248-539-9797. On this hypothetical list that I have here of the top 50 free agents, when he says, or well, we think he says, not making a big splash, what's the number on that list that they won't go for? Like top 20, would you say, or top 10? For hypothetical reasons. And I'll throw some names out here, guys who might be below that list that say, okay, they're pretty good players still.
Well, it gets – I mean, it's a very arbitrary
Right,
how
I
are
know.
you going to rank these individuals in terms of their top 20, prowess of
Right,
being –
I'm going by this list here.
Okay, so
that I have.
off of that list, well, I have no idea what the parameters are of that
I know,
list.
but
so.
say, but no, what number?
It's an impossible question for me to answer.
No, if there's a list of
My list is going to look different than that
no,
list.
I'm not talking about the individual players, but if there's a list of top 100, you would say, all right, the top 20 is probably, the quote unquote entertainment guys. You know what he was saying? I'm not talking about individual.
No, I mean his list is going to be different than my list. Like it's a very arbitrary list.
I understand.
How are you ranking these guys? What are you ranking them with?
Okay.
Greg,
So
I think you agree with me.
Stoney, it's their list of what's going to fit the Lions.
Oh, I understand.
That's
Right.
not.
I-
that is what they mean by not splashy. It's
Right, I understand
names,
that. I'm talking
typical,
about
like
but-
big time names.
But the fans out there, I'm talking to the fans out there, Greg. They want to, the big splash. So and of your, let's say your top 20. So if you go below your top 20, I'm saying you can still get some really good players. So you don't have to make the splashy top 10, top 15 free. That's my point.
He's going to do a meat and potatoes approach to this, not the dessert. The dessert's the sexy thing. People want
Depends
Jalen.
on how much whipped cream you're using.
Right, they want Jalen Johnson,
Right.
the top corner.
Right.
And hey, you got the cap room. Go out and 5 and 100 right now. Let's do
Yes.
it. Okay, that's I think extremely unlikely to happen based on his comment.
Right. Like a guy that John wants on this list is 45th, and that's Robert Hunt. And they project he's an interior offensive lineman for Miami. They project 4 years, $34 million. So that's about $8.5 million a year.
Stoney, I'm sorry. Whose list is this that you're getting?
The CBS Sports.com.
Okay, Brad Holmes will not pursue free agency
I
by looking at
understand
CBS
that.
Sports'
Right.
top
Of
100
course
list and
not.
picking names.
PFF's list,
Of
PFT,
course not.
And that's the
Yeah.
entertainment fee.
NBC.
Right. Exactly. That's why I'm not going for the top guys. Exactly. He's not going to go with Mel Kiper's mock drafts either. That's the
PFF
point.
has Hunt like in the high or low 20, like 22 or something like that, 24. I mean, John believes they're going to pursue a guy like Robert Hunt. I think
Right.
I think you'd be pretty convinced that they're very interested in him. Will they get him? You don't know, but it's because their top 3 guards are free agents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
They're going to keep doing what they do
Exactly.
through free agency, and it's going to frustrate people
But that's
who
my
want
point.
the big fish.
Right, that's my point. Exactly. That's exactly what my point is, that there are guys who are really good players that aren't the big fish. That's
Greg.
the whole point.
Deep breaths. Deep breaths. All right, because the
For
big
instance,
fish.
like a
mean-
guy, for
ahead.
instance, like a guy I mentioned a few weeks
Right? Do you think
ago,
he'll use ESPN's list?
Stephen Gilmore, right?
Yes.
From Dallas. I mean, he'd be perfect, I think.
Yeah, where's he on your list? Or on that
This
list?
list 46. I mean,
46. Oh, right after Hunt.
exactly. Exactly. But
So
that's-
maybe we just target the 40s.
Thankfully. Well,
That's the meat and potatoes of the list.
right, exactly.
But my point, but the point is too, is that if there was a guy who was in the top 3, so to speak, but it fit what the Lions wanted to do and what wanted to accomplish, they would pursue that guy.
But the thing is, those lists won't put a guard 3.
Right.
They just won't.
Right.
Because that's the entertainment aspect.
Right. It's not sexy.
Right, exactly. That's my point.
So if you believe they're not going free agency or not making a big splash in Stoney's top 20, there we go, the sizzle.
Right. Yeah, but I'm not asking for sizzle.
How do they
signed
acquire
Jalen
these players?
Johnson.
How do they acquire the players? How do they go from draft, develop, sign? How do they augment that? And I'll let you know when we come back.
Trade. 97 won the ticket.
So much for a tease.
Oh, well. I thought you were going to give it more detail than that.
No, that's the point of a tease.
Oh,
The entertainment part of this.
That was a top 20 tease.
no, it wasn't. That was the most obvious tease ever.
Especially when you sell it or pay it off before you even go to break. New Year's resolution is to lose
that the
weight.
top
What's on your
50?
list?
Was that on the CBSSports.com list of teases?
Not on yours, obviously. And you can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you could lose 20 pounds in just 30 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 pounds or 100 pounds or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days, and I lost over 60 pounds overall. And here's how I did. I got to eat real whole food. It was not shakes and bars. That's why I've been able to maintain the weight loss now going on 2 years. Plus, you're going to get a weight loss coach that works with you every step of the way. They're going to coach you on how to lose weight and how to keep it off. So go to idealu.us now and sign up for a free body composition analysis. That's $150 value free. Find out your own visceral fat percentage, water weight percentage, bone mass, muscle mass, whatever it is, you're going to find out in that stat sheet that you get. And best of all, you're going to find out how easy it is to lose weight and lose weight fast. Picture yourself 20 or 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Now's the time to make it happen. Go to idealu.us now. That's idealu.us.
right, 248-539-9797. Before we get to John's item that he was teasing that I blew, we have some ticket stacks. Ticket text.
Ticket sex?
No, ticket text.
Is that what you said?
No, I didn't. I think I said sex. Like S-E-C-T-S by mistake. We should be rooting for the Chiefs. We want the 49ers on a Super Bowl loss hangover. That's Ben in Kalamazoo. Stoney is just trying to ask where in a list of 100 people you guys would draw the line between good guy and splash. 10, 20. It's exactly. My point is that he's not probably going to go for the entertainment pick that everybody sees and everybody loves in mock drafts and free agent lists.
But it's an arbitrary list with an arbitrary line.
Yes, exactly. That's the point. That he's not going to go for guys that everybody is in love with because they're on these lists. That's exactly my point.
He also goes to mock drafts and all.
Yeah.
Which he doesn't. No big splash. Vontae Mack, no matter what. Get rid of Cam Sutton. Use that money on somebody worthwhile. Well, he's under contract for a couple of years, I believe, right? Holmes has already shown he will sign free agents, and some make certain lists. Subjectively, he's not going to go for every shiny thing, is what we took from his statement. But I understand you have to fill segments with content, and Stoney likes shiny things. No, you missed the whole point. Yes, I do like shiny things.
Yes.
But my point is
And
you
sizzle.
don't. Yes, but you
don't like the steak that it comes from, but you like the sizzle.
But you don't need that. That's the whole point. The marshmallow test is correct. I love you, John, but sometimes you must be impossible to do a talk show with. Give an opinion for once. You don't always have to let it play out. It's a simple question, Jansen. FFS.
What's FF?
For blank's sake.
Oh. I put that with PFT or PFF.
How can Stoney
CBS?
How can Stoney confuse the entire show? All he was saying is it sounds like guys such as Burns, Jones, Snead are all off the table, but there are some good tier 2 players that might not be. Would be nice to hear those names and ideas. Y'all really crack me up. I get a joy out of seeing Stoney the old man being picked on by his nephews that grew up and loving busting his chops. Keep up the great work, guys. That's and from West
Uncle
Bloomfield.
Stoney.
That's right.
Yes.
Uncle Stoney, Grandpa Stoney. Let's go to Sean. What's up, Sean? How are you?
Hey, not too bad. How are you guys?
Good.
Hey, so I don't think necessarily it has anything to do with where on the line we would hit that list. It has more to do with if that person fits the culture that they're trying to build. They would pick number one on that list if that person fits what they already have going.
If the money's right, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Depending on the list.
You just made the list, buddy. I think it was from Stripes. The guy, when he goes, lighten up, Francis. You just made the list. Yeah. Lighten up, Francis.
Look, we're not making absolutes here.
No.
If Chris Jones talked to his agent and said, I'd really like to play for Detroit, and it was a favorable contract, and he fits the culture.
Of course.
Then the shiny object's here.
Yes.
Okay?
Exactly.
Right, but to pay off the tease that's already been paid off. Let's look at a couple of teams last year that was in the Super Bowl. One was the Philadelphia Eagles. Offensively, we talked about it at the time. We talked about it this year. They had 10 guys on that offense were drafted, developed, re-signed. Some of them re-signed last year, some of them this year. The only guy that they went out to complement that group of players was A.J. Brown. How did they do that?
They sent number one draft choice. That's the Titans took Burks with, I believe. Yes, they made a trade.
You could just have said trade.
I know.
And so San Francisco, all right, who's their left tackle?
Trent Williams.
How'd they get him?
Acquisition.
It's such a
Barter.
It's such a D.
Barter.
Same thing with McCaffrey.
Yeah. How did they get McCaffrey? Please tell me how.
They swap. They made a swap.
We're in the battle of semantics.
They made an exchange with Carolina.
So,
yes, they made a trade.
So
Yes.
we talk about it all the time, right? You can acquire through the draft, you can acquire through free agency, you can acquire through trade.
The waiver wire.
Yes, that would be basically free agency. And so when you're looking at this, and just because Brad Holmes says, we want to draft, develop, and re-sign, that's great. But what are they going to do when they don't hit on a draft pick or at a position? And, you hit on Aiden Hutchinson, but you were picking number 2.
Yeah, you better hit on Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, Aleem McNeil, you could say, okay, well, you've hit, but that was a draft develop, and now at some point you're going to have to re-sign. But there's 2 other positions on that defensive line. What have you done there?
Not much.
And so if you can't hit on a draft pick, if Josh Paschal, Levi Onwuzurike, you can't find
Broderick
those
Martin.
Broderick Martin. If he doesn't fit the bill, then you're going to have to go out and fill the roster. You've got to fill the roster somehow. You only have so many draft picks. So you're going to have to go out and sometimes, okay, you could say undrafted free agents. Those are free agents. Right. But you're going to have to fill the roster with quality players. More quality players is going to win you more games.
Which they did last year. Unfortunately, 2 of those guys got hurt for most of the season.
And all of those guys were below that 20 line.
I don't know. C.J.
Gardner-Johnson was below 20.
Probably.
In terms of whatever list you're looking at.
Probably, yeah. But I remember when they got him, we were like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
How great is this?
Well, because it was an area of huge need.
Yeah.
And now we're looking at corner, still an area of huge need, safety, an area of need, and edge rusher, area of huge need.
No doubt. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dwayne in Swartz Creek. What's up, Dwayne?
Yeah, morning, guys. Well, I'm another uncle like you, Stoney. This is, your question was pretty simple. Just take the average of who the top free agents are. Everyone's going to have their own list, and just take the average of who the prime ones are. And you got to take the context of what Holmes said. His whole context is, guys, we're not going to go chase the top guys like all the media, local media wants us to go chase. It isn't going to happen. That's not the way we're going to work it. So maybe in a list, like your list, the CBS list, maybe from 15 to 20 down, but maybe we can distract Jansen with a question that I think is the first domino. My question to John is, we don't want to insult the guy, but to me, the first domino is re-signing Jared Goff. Who initiates, possibly, again, I don't want to insult the guy, who initiates a hometown discount? Is that the agent and the player, or is that the team? Because you want to fill in the roster. And especially in light of all the Jared Goff chants and everything else, maybe he's open to a hometown discount. So, because once that gets set, then you know what you've got to work with on a cap. I'll just listen to what you guys think.
Appreciate it, Dwayne.
I mean, I hate using that term hometown discount.
Right, I know.
But if you're going to ask a player to take less than market value, or you're going to get them to sign a contract less than market value, that's something that needs to be, I think, generated by the player side of things.
Right, but usually the initiation of that is usually from the team, right? They're the one who suggests it. No,
the team will be the one. Okay, we want to renegotiate this contract. We want to extend, this player. We'll just continue to say Jared Goff. All right, here are some of the framework of what we're thinking, and then you present it to the agent, and you let the agent fill in the blanks with what they're thinking.
Okay. I think it's the player solely. They go to their agent or they go to the team. I mean, the guy who did it the most was Brady.
Right. Well, yeah, the agent's is not going to bring this up. It's going to be the player that says, hey, you get what you can from the team, and then I'll tell you, okay, this is what I'm willing to take.
I want to stay here, and I want us to have enough money to be a winner. I think it's very simple.
Planet Fitness is very simple as well. It's the home of the judgment-free zone where anyone can feel comfortable and work on their fitness goals. And let me tell you something. Besides the physical benefit, you get mental benefits as well. I mean, you can make a list of all the mental things that it helps you with when you work out. And right now, the big fitness energy sale at Planet Fitness is back. That's right. Join today for just $1 down and $10 a month. It's a deal you do not want to miss. And also, of course, you can upgrade to the Planet Fitness Black Card and enjoy the use of amenities such as unlimited use of that Black Card spa featuring the hydro massage and 2,400 locations worldwide. I was in Philly over the weekend. I went to the Planet Fitness there because I have the Black Card membership. You should too. 50 locations around Detroit, and they all have some new equipment, including Sterling Heights 15 Mile Road. They've been completely remodeled. So, get in shape, physically and mentally, at Planet Fitness. Go to any location, sign up, or go to www.planetfitness.com. It's a judgment-free zone. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe he can bring some sanity to this madhouse. He is the award-winning columnist from the Detroit News. He's Alex Anzalone. Oh, no, it's Wojo. What's up, Woj?
Happy New Year! Woo! How's it going? Everything good?
Everything's wonderful.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I knew that would piss Jansen off. All right, you got to get at least 3 of the top 10 free agents. That's it. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay,
right?
Mike.
Yeah, really.
Who do you...
Not me. Yeah.
No.
Well, Joe, I was actually listening a little bit yesterday on my short ride to play pickleball, and you came up with a name that I've mentioned about 3 weeks to a month ago, and that's Stephon Gilmore. He'd be perfect.
Oh, no, for sure. For 1 year or 2 years
Yeah.
from the Cowboys. By the way, how did it go playing with the pickle?
Oh, as it always goes.
Oh, okay. Quick. All right. No, the Stephen Gilmore thing, I know he's, 33 years old.
Yeah. And his younger brother's on the practice squad.
Exactly. There's too many Gilmores, by the way. But and I think we've deciphered more or less what Brad Holmes' motive was the other day with it. I thought it was entertaining. It was kind of strange for him to be somewhat flexing, so to speak. But I think he got the message through, right? You guys just spent a lot of time explaining that don't set your hopes on, the Danielle Hunters of the world, although that would be perfect, by the way, which, I guess is smart. Set the expectation label so dopes like us on the radio don't start throwing names around. Although I do think those names are still going to get thrown around, maybe with a little bit more perspective this time, because you got to go at least get one veteran cornerback. I don't care if it's the number one cornerback or the number two, but somebody like Stephen Gilmore or somebody to plug that ginormous hole.
The problem is they did that. They got two last year.
Yeah.
One of them got hurt.
Is there any chance they try and re-sign C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
I do wonder about that. I've gone back and I think they're going to try. I think they'll see, but his perception of his value might be higher than theirs now. I mean, he was out most of the year, not his fault, but still. It has to affect how much you pay him, doesn't it, or should it? I think they'll kick the tires for sure, and I think he likes it here, and I think he fits, and I think Aaron Glenn likes him. So yeah, I think they're going to try to keep him.
So we've talked about expectations for next year, and there's a lot of changes that this team will go through between now and next year. We know some of them that they won't go through. That is obviously Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson. They will be here. Got a new defensive line coach. But if and looking at the Alex Anzalone letter to the city, it somewhat of a semantic battle, but would you view next year as a Super Bowl? Let's just say getting there. Anything less is a failure.
Anything less than getting there. Well, I know people want to box. We want to box each other in and say, well, you said this. I mean, I guess technically, but not really. If they lost an incredibly great NFC championship game to a powerhouse team, would you be devastated? No. But if you're following the progression of theoretically a newly minted possible NFL powerhouse like the Lions, well, yeah, that is the next step. I just always build in factors that, people don't. For instance, last year, 49ers, they were a Super Bowl. They had to get to the Super Bowl, and then they were down to Christian McCaffrey playing quarterback in the NFC Championship game. So there are things that happen, but, yeah, they should follow the progression of, say, the 49ers and take the next step next year. I think – I don't think it's as easy as we think. And I always go back to the Red Wings, they went to the Cup Finals in '95, so they're definitely going to win it next year. And it takes maybe there's a hiccup in between. That said, they darn sure better win the division again. And I know other teams are going to be better in the division. I get that. And they darn sure better win a playoff game. And then beyond that, it's a little bit of a crapshoot, but yeah, I'll play the Super Bowl or bust game if you want to play. I'll play your little game.
Speaking, because I don't think it would be a failure. I hate to use the whole season's a failure based upon.
I don't like the failure word either.
Okay.
No.
So speaking of the Super Bowl, who should Lion fans root for, and who do you think is going to win?
Well, who's the referee in the game? Do we know? We know who it's not, right? It's not Brad Allen.
Yeah.
You don't have a villain. It's impossible in my mind. Go ahead and try, and maybe you guys have tried. It's impossible to turn Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid into villains.
I agree.
Isn't it?
I agree.
Impossible. Like, anytime I get that way, I just watch the commercial where he goes to get the nuggets from Patrick Mahomes, the chicken nuggets.
Yeah, the Nuggies.
The Nuggies. That said, I know Lions fans won't do this because as fans generally, we're kind of bitter about things. But I think you should root for the 49ers. You've already beaten the Chiefs, okay? Not that it matters, but would you feel a tiny bit better if this powerhouse 49ers team crushes the Chiefs and you had them beaten?
No, I'd feel worse, actually.
Makes you feel worse? Okay, I get that. I don't know. I really think it's A, it's a toss-up to win, and B, people kind of like both teams, don't they? Kind of. I mean,
I think they do, but people hate teams for a variety of reasons.
Yeah.
They hate who for a variety of reasons?
People hate teams for a
teams.
variety of
Yeah.
reasons. You
Yeah.
know, they have their own.
What was your takeaway from Brad Holmes on Monday in his basically keeping receipts of, the media and not buying into some of the draft picks or the way that they've gone about building and his just coming out with the basic admission that he pays attention to everything that, or at least most of what is written or said about him?
Well, he has admitted that before. He's talked about mock drafts. Yeah, I look at them. I see what you guys are saying, and I kind of laugh. You know what I think it was? I think it was clever, and it was also disguised. Like, what was disguised as, Brad Holmes is angry at media people. Oh, he wants people to admit they were wrong on some of these picks. And maybe to a certain degree, that's part of it. But I think the overriding thing, which he cleverly disguised, is, like I said, resetting expectations. And because that's all we heard last year, and we all did it. Some people did it more than others. You got to go get Montez Sweat. You got to go get Chase Young. You got to go get this. And in Brad Holmes' mind, as well as the cuddly Cinderella Lions, well, we all bought that in the nation. Oh, that's adorable. Look at them. Oh, you know what that's saying to him? That's saying to him that people are downgrading the amount of talent he has put on this team. So I think that was the reason for his flex. Like, wait, what? This was some unexpected run? What? We don't have talent on our team? Is that what you're saying? But the other one was, don't hit me with all these names all off season, you jackasses. Leave me alone. And although not overtly, and no, I don't think it bothers him nonstop, I think he wanted to set the tone for the off season, not just to have fans as much as media reset their expectations for how many acquisitions they're going to make, which probably isn't going to be any big splashy ones.
All right, well, question for you then. It's just rumors, obviously. Who would you rather have as Michigan's defensive coordinator? Wink Martindale, not the talk show, the game show host, or Joe driving through Wendy's naked Cullen?
Well, that's interesting, Stoney. Cullen does have that thing in his background. Wink, wink.
Wink, wink, too. I like that.
Yeah, see, wink, wink. Well, I think
so easily entertained.
I think you would rather have Wink Martindale, not just fair or not, to avoid that storyline, the other one. And also, Wink Martindale has been a hell of a defensive coordinator. He is, I believe, 60 years old.
Yeah, he's a young guy. He's young.
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I do think it's interesting that Sharon Moore is seemingly intent on pulling a defensive coordinator from the NFL ranks, which, I think he saw it worked so well for Harbaugh with several hires, and I think that's why he's perhaps following that path. But it's been kind of a slow process to put together his coaching staff, and I don't think anybody should be freaked out and panicked per se yet. because he's obviously going to get somebody pretty good, I think. But those two names I do find interesting. And I mean, I hate to say this, but the Cullen thing, I mean, of all the places, this is the one place where the thing from the background would be talked about. So I'm not sure that would be the best choice. I think I would go with wink, wink.
All right, final thing. Tomorrow is the NBA trade deadline. Which current members of the Detroit Pistons will no longer be members by the time you go on the air on Thursday night?
All of them? Oh no, that's not a fair answer. Well, I don't know. Obviously, you can say Killian Hayes because although I'm not sure what you can get from them, you would logically think that they would market perhaps somebody like Isaiah Stewart, but they've paid him a lot and they think he has more value to them than he might have to another team. I don't think they're going to trade Jaden Ivey. I think you're going to be disappointed, again, unless somebody blows them away for Bogdanovich, which maybe somebody will because he is a good shooter. But you know what? You know what dirty little secret is? The NBA, other than in Detroit, has tons of good shooters.
I know.
I think the average score in the NBA is 149 to 143 these days.
I know. The defense is optional.
It's not this rare unicorn that the Pistons have in Bogdanovich. I think I'll reset the expectations. I think people will be disappointed with whatever happens tomorrow.
All right. Woj, thank you very much as always. We'll talk to you next Wednesday.
Woohoo!
He's Wojo, Wednesdays with Wojo. Here's Stoney and Jansen, 97.1. The Ticket. Dive into the best pool in history at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the big games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-def screen Stadium Swim. America's favorite place to watch football. They got swim-up bars, selfie walls. You can make wagers right at the pool as well. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino, which is in downtown Vegas on Fremont Street. You know, the Strip gets all the publicity. Let me tell you, I think downtown is so much more fun. It is more American than the Strip. That's the way I look at it. It's America, damn it. All right. You want to go to Stadium Swim? Book your spot today online, circalasvegas.com. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We haven't done this in a while, the wall of sound, so to speak.
Yeah, we got some good stuff today.
Yeah, some really weird things. And we'll start it off with the newly anointed offensive coordinator for the Cleveland Browns, Ken Dorsey, who did not exactly have a great year in Buffalo, got replaced by Joe Brady, and all of a sudden the Bills started winning some football games, and their offense looked a lot better.
A lot better.
And Brady's now the permanent offensive coordinator, Joe Brady, for the Buffalo Bills. Anyway, Ken Dorsey now in Cleveland, and yesterday he was talking about his quarterback, Mr. Deshaun Watson. From what you've heard about him?
Yeah. I wonder what sources he's using to hear about his quarterback, because it's obviously not mainstream media.
Can you play that again, please? I just make sure I didn't wax in my ears.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Quality human being. How many women came out alleging misconduct?
More than were on the CBS Sports free agent list. I'll tell you that. Yeah. I mean, did you ever hear of the story? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, all right.
Yeah.
All right, that's number one.
Seemed like a real stand-up guy.
Yeah. Number two is kind of weird as well. And Colin Cowherd is obviously, everybody knows who he is. Talk show host, national, Fox Sports 1. The show is simulcast. I think Colin Cowherd is extremely talented. Sometimes I think he makes takes just for the hell of making takes, including this, because he was talking about, because the Vrabel situation about, how he was intimidating people.
Walking in the room, didn't get a
Yes.
job because he was scary.
Yeah, exactly. So somehow the prospect of the toughest coaches in the NFL came up.
What?
Excuse me? Play that one again.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh could knock the crap out of me, okay?
Oh.
But that's not too difficult to do. Jim Harbaugh is probably not even the toughest guy in his own division. Antonio Pierce would kick the crap out of Jim Harbaugh. I mean, Jim Harbaugh might not even be the toughest guy in his own family, for crying out loud. I don't know about if Jim and John fought. But really? I mean, look at Sean McDermott. I bet you he would knock the you-know-what out of Jim Harbaugh.
D'Amico Ryans?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're just staying in the AFC, you've got those opportunities. I mean, it's
Harbaugh would beat up Mike McDaniel. Okay, I'll give him that. Robert Saleh would kill him.
It'd be entertaining.
Robert Saleh would kill him.
Yeah, I don't understand that comment. Dan Quinn.
Quinn.
I mean, there's
division. Nick Sirianni would kill him.
Yeah, that's not Todd Bowles.
Todd Bowles would knock the. I bet you Dennis Allen would probably even beat him up.
Not a short list is what we're saying of those that we would have included instead of Jim Harbaugh.
Like I think Harbaugh would probably hold his own with LaFleur or O'Connell. I'll give him that. Yeah, or Shanahan maybe, or Sean McVay. Yeah, okay, but. Be one of the four toughest guys.
Hard to keep an eye on Sean McVay. Where'd he go?
That makes no sense. And finally, in our little wall of sound, the always loquacious John Tortorella was asked about some of his players, two of his players in particular, Cam York and the recently acquired Jamie Drysdale, about putting them on the same line, and do they get along off the ice? Are they into hockey as well off the ice?
That would make him excited.
Yes, I would wet my pants.
Oh, you guys like hockey?
If his players were actually talking about hockey off the ice. I do think, John, there's fans believe that professional athletes are huge fans and, outside of the workplace, they're always talking about their sport 24/7, and that ain't true at all. Now, some do, but many don't.
It's
Many
not
look at it as a
necessarily-
job.
Well, it is, yes, it's a job first. But there are a lot of, so it depends what you're classifying as talking about football or your respective sport, because you've got friends that are playing for other teams.
Right.
And, you may be talking about, hey, did you see this guy? Did you see this guy?
Yeah.
But I think there's more, I don't know. There is a lot of conversation that goes on about that respective sport.
All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. What's up, boys? How are you?
So you don't think Harbs kicked some ass, huh?
Not one of the 4 toughest coaches in the National Football League, no.
Yeah, okay, so let's put the gloves on. Robert Saleh and Jim Harbaugh. Who wins?
I think Salah.
Okay.
Okay, so who was ranked ahead of him?
Well, he had what?
Well, he just had 4.
He had the 4 toughest.
It was Mike Tomlin, Dan Campbell.
Jim Harbaugh, and I forget who the 4th was.
Yeah. Mike Vrabel.
Mike
who's
Vrabel.
actually currently not a coach.
He's not a coach anymore.
Exactly. But I don't know. I'm Antonio Pierce, D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
We mentioned Salah. There's just
I'm not. He
Wasn't
would be
Harbs known as
scrappy.
being a tough guy, though?
Yeah, he'd be scrappy.
I mean, he's older now, but
yeah, that's what I was going.
look, we almost saw
without going ageist.
last time he was coaching.
Jim Schwartz.
We almost saw that epic fight. I would have loved to have seen it at that time because Schwartz is ready to go at any point in time.
Yeah, but he was swinging down at him.
Yeah, Schwartz wasn't as tall.
Yeah, I give
John.
I'd give Harbaugh the advantage over
yeah.
over Kevin Stefanski. I'd give Harbaugh the advantage there, but one of the top 4. No,
There might be 10 that you would probably come up quickly. But
Yes.
Hey, it's fun.
I know exactly. So what do you guys got going today?
Some Super Bowl stuff. We've got NBA trade deadline. We got an interesting Q&A with a Lions writer, an answer I want to talk about.
Okay.
I think the people being interested in. Sports as we know it are changing. Boy, it's that sounds really deep. I don't want to get that deep.
Ooh, wow.
We also have some stuff that's really shallow.
Oh, good.
Yes, so.
That means I'll like it. All right, 97.1
You'll
The
be lingering.
Ticket.
All right, we have news, and the news is today we are giving away another pair of tickets to see Usher past, present, and future at Little Caesars Arena on September 12th. You can win them before you can buy them. They don't go on sale until Monday, but you can win them here at 97.1 The Ticket. And the way we do it, well, it's the way we always do stuff, and that's a Carson Anderson quiz question today at 141. 141 for Usher past, present, future, a pair of tickets. First one with the correct answer to the phone call or to the quiz question, excuse me, will be the winner of a pair of tickets.
Example might be, what was Doug's news to start the show?
That we have Usher tickets to give away? That would kind of be a weird circular question, but yes, that would be.
Given we've had nothing else to talk about on the show except for this, I thought that was appropriate to bring that up.
Anyway, if you don't win but want tickets, livenation.com or Ticketmaster. Monday at 10 a.m. they go on sale. Okay, we do have a busy show planned. A lot of intriguing stuff going on. I guess I want to start with this, Gator, because I always find your take on my take on fatherhood, and I guess Kang's take on fatherhood, interesting. Today we got sent an email from the school.
Okay.
Yep. And it's your images are online. It's the school picture.
Okay.
So now you can get it online.
Great.
And my 16-year-old's picture is there, and it's got, writing over it, so you can't just copy it and print it. You have to pay for the image without.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's protected or whatever.
It says like picture on there or something.
Yes, exactly. But as is the case with both of my boys, have you noticed the haircuts that the kids have today?
Kids just have a lot of hair, and they don't really do anything with it.
Right? And it's funny because you don't have to be that far removed from high school. You could be in college or just out of college, and you look at the style that the kids that you were just recently in high school, and you go, that's already changed. And for us, it's changed and changed back, and probably what we had in high school, which was maybe even a part, whatever it might be, feathered
part in the middle.
Yeah.
Mullet.
But how would you describe the kids' haircuts today?
Free flow.
Free flow?
I think free flow, yeah. It's a mess.
I would call it a bird's nest.
Yeah, I think that it's, generally speaking, I think it's washed. I don't know. I don't have kids, so I don't know. I'm not around them.
You think they're going for the unwashed look?
No, it's not the unwashed look. I don't know if when they get out of the shower, do they blow dry their hair? Do they just towel dry it and let it goes where it goes? Do they look at a brush or a comb?
There's no blow drying. There's a lot of, I think, I've seen my boys do this, take their fingers and just.
Okay, sure. Use the finger comb?
Yeah. Do you want to come see this picture?
I do.
Okay, because. Yeah, somebody pointed out on Twitch, thank you. The watermark is all over it, but you can see just the mess of a haircut. And and this is my 16-year-old. This is my 21-year-old who's about to turn 22. That's just the look. Totally messy head.
Okay. Yeah. No, that is that's as low maintenance as it gets.
Which I'm a fan of. I mean, part of the reason why I've got the look I do, other than it's obvious natural recession, is I love not having to do anything with my hair. Just shave it all off.
If we had gone to school like that, I think teachers might pull us aside and say, "You getting enough sleep at home? Is everything okay?"
Right?
Things like that.
Like the bedhead look is the
little bit of a welfare check.
It looks low maintenance, Gator, but it's actually high maintenance. Like they're purposely making it look messy. Not if you have straight hair or flat hair, like you got to go in there and make this, like what you were saying, Doug, with the fingers and putting it through your head. And this is effort.
It's minimal effort. I hear what you're saying, but if like effort is, if you've got I think you throw product, you got the hair dryer out, you've got the brush and the comb. I mean, if you're just, get out of the shower, you towel dry your hair, and then you try to use your fingers to put it in place. That's minimal effort, but that's fine. It is what it is. It's the style. It is absolutely the style today. When you follow today's National Signing Day, the late signing day for college football players, for high school kids going to college, and so following recruiting like we do, you see the pictures of the kids. I'm like, well, That's just a mop. You've got a mop in here.
They did the mop, the bird's nest, the bed head.
This has been the style for several years.
It has. I wonder where it started. Like, I feel like at one point everything started, with Bieber or started with whomever, High School Musical.
He spends time in his hair.
Yeah.
Or has some.
But I think it's kind of moved beyond that. I don't know where this started with the bird's nest look. But anybody who's got a teenage boy or.
Well, I think it might even go back a lot longer than that. There's, as you know, Doug, I use product in my hair. There is a product that they give you different looks. Like there's pomade, there's creams, there's fiber, and then there's different looks that get different textures. And there's one that I've seen. It's called the messy look.
Yeah,
but it's been around forever. And basically, it doesn't hold things firmly in place, but it does put some kind of product in your hair to slightly hold it in place.
Well, it certainly is interesting, and I just wanted your take on this look. And
I don't understand it. I mean, to me, it just screams laziness, and it paints that whole generation with a broad brush, which is unfair.
Completely unfair.
It's completely unfair. But I think that's I think that might help explain things. I mean, it's like, woke up, got out of bed, and went to school. And that's not the case because you're with your kids in the morning. To a point, I guess.
Yeah, not so much
Maybe
anymore.
not.
I will say that the 16-year-old has perfected the art of getting out of bed without a second to spare, and yet making it to school on time.
There it is. See, that's
and so
the hair reflects it.
Yeah, the hair does reflect it. But 248-539-9797. We'll go to the phones. We go to Scott. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey, Doug. How are you guys?
Good.
Thank you for having me.
Sure.
What's to know? I have a 14-year-old with everything you're describing.
Right? And does a 14-year-old put effort into making it look like there was no effort put into it?
Effort. Oh my gosh. I have 3 towels that are folded still in the tub, and it was just for his hair. They're still folded. It just got used, and they're in the tub. Like, what did you do? And then a haircut is not a haircut. We can't just go. We got to go to the brand name ones that cost. It's amazing. I have $20 sprays that he has to have, and it's all for that mop. And it rang true. I was at the gas station. I seen 4 kids get out the car that were 16. Everyone had the same Siegel haircut.
I wonder how long. I wonder how long, Scott, until our kids look back and go, "What the hell were we thinking?"
Like I answered that same question too, and I think I turned to my mom and I talked to her today. I'm like, "Ma, at least I came to grips with it and admitted, like, okay." But this one, they just keep going. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe college when they graduate.
Who knows? But it's funny. You see them with all their friends, and all their friends, like you said, they just all have the same moppy head.
They're like clones.
Yes, they are.
I feel like it's going to be all or nothing. You either have all this floppy, moppy hair, or you shave it, and you keep it. I mean,
maybe
keep it tight.
What's funny? Somebody posted, "I'm jealous," and I not even remotely. I really like having no hair. I don't know that if I had the choice, I would go back. I think I'd look goofy now with hair. But anyway, just an observation on my part. And I'm, of course, going to have to order these pictures. 248-539-9797. Okay, do you feel like this line feels? We'll get to that today at 10:20. Happy Super Bowl week to those who celebrate. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Super Bowl, it's all about scoring the best seat on the couch, the highest of definition, biggest of screen TVs. You grab your favorite snacks, your favorite drink, and oh, by the way, you can place some super bets. FanDuel has so many ways for you to end the season with a W or 2 or 3. Not only can you bet on who will win Super Bowl 58, but FanDuel also has bets for which player will score a touchdown, how many points will be scored, and so much more. New customers join today, and you get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. So just take a heavy favorite to win on the money line. And when that bet wins, comes home, you get $200 in bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Okay. So we're all riding the same ride pretty much here in Detroit. And we have different experiences, but it's the same ride with what just happened with our NFL season. And we'll have different perspectives on what just happened. But the Super Bowl is 4 days away. And Gator, all of us together, I think we could safely say that through the bulk of our lifetime, the Super Bowl was merely an event for others. This was an event that others got to participate in. And we had grown accustomed to watching this event purely as a non-spectator. And in fact, watching this event, not only as a non-spectator, but a non-spectator who had accepted the lack of participation. And in many ways, I'd grown so accustomed to it that it was fine. I had no expectation. I knew at the end of the year there would be this massive football game. that I had grown accustomed to enjoying, sitting down, watching, food, squares, all that went with. And it was just sort of at the end of the football season, this regular event took place, and I was just a comfortable non-participant. I accepted the role as a non-participant. It was like, I'm trying to think of a parallel, like never going to Disney, but watching the Disney rides on YouTube. You just watched them on YouTube. I never went, but I get to look at these rides on YouTube. You know, the point of view that they have now for like virtually every roller coaster. But I never was going. And now that we've come close to going, it feels like it's changed my perspective on this game, which I now look at this effing game coming up on Sunday.
Right.
And I've changed. My approach to the Super Bowl has changed. It feels completely different this year. And the only way I could describe it is I was watching the roller coaster on YouTube with no intention of ever being there. And now I feel like I had the chance to go there, and watching the YouTube video of the roller coaster doesn't do it anymore.
Think of it in terms of the party. Everybody loves the Super Bowl party, right?
I used to.
Right.
I was comfortable with it.
This is the thing. Like in years past, it was, okay, so-and-so's having a party. It's going to be great. Mm-hmm. And I have to imagine that it's different for Detroiters than it was for everybody else, because our team was never going.
Right. And we were.
And now, here it is. The Super Bowl's a few days away. I have no plans for the Super Bowl. I don't know anybody that's having a party. I don't really care. Like,
it's weird. It's changed.
What am I doing? I don't know
it?
what I'm doing. I think it has.
I'm wondering if anybody else is feeling this. I don't even know what this is. Like,
it's like apathy.
Kind of, because it's not just that we made it to the NFC title game. It's the 17-point second half lead.
It's massive disappointment coupled with apathy that turns into apathy. It's like we just lost. We're sitting Indian style with our arms folded and our bottom lip sticking out like a perch for a birdie to sit on because we're that pissed. And we're a little bit dramatic here. I think we've thrown a tantrum
without question,
and we're not ready to watch the rest of it. I don't need to, and we turn into children, and our parents like, you're going to have to grow up. I'm not growing up yet.
Right. I'm in a very weird place, and it's not. It's happened very organically. Like, you're right. I have no Super Bowl plans. There hasn't been one call, and I didn't even think about it till you pointed it out. You don't have Super Bowl plans. I don't have Super Bowl plans.
Gang, you got plans?
Everything was centered around the Lions maybe being there.
I don't personally like going to Super Bowl parties because the Sunday thing and getting up and just leaving. Plus, not with the kids. So, I mean, I have opportunities for plans. I don't know if I'll take them. I might just stay at home.
But do you feel different this year than you did last year? I mean, obviously, the children have totally wrecked your life. I mean, changed your life. But but is it different at all this year because of what we just went through for you?
Oh, the viewing of the game is very different. We expect to be in this game next year, right?
Yeah.
So I think it is. Yeah, this is not just a party anymore. There's like a game that we could be in.
Now there needs to be a purpose for the party. Now it's like, we're just getting together to have a big sub.
Getting that tantalizingly close has changed my perspective on this game Sunday. This stupid effing game that I'm gonna watch in spite of my commitment not to watch it.
I mean, someone says crab dip, I'm not getting excited. I'm like, okay, crab dip. But Super Bowl. Yeah.
Here's some of the feedback. I just looked down at Twitch. Jane Doe, KMW 1964. I have no interest in the Super Bowl, nor do I even want to talk about it. Talk about football. I'm still bitter. Red Wing 2244. I agree with Doug's analogy. The Super Bowl is comparable to me to watching videos on an expensive cruise ship and seeing all the views. I know I'm never going to pay $15,000 to $20,000 for a 7-day cruise, but it's still cool to see the views. Now that I had a taste of being close to the Super Bowl, I am hate watching. Like I feel like this is our community. I think our community has changed. I think we're all riding this ride together. coming this tantalizingly close, your point that you don't have plans, it's the Wednesday before the Super Bowl.
Right. You know, I heard Wojo say this morning that, and we was on with Stoney and Jansen, saying that when it comes to rooting interest, he thinks Lions fans actually should be rooting for San Francisco. And I didn't want to hear any of it. I turned, I walked out of the car. I'm like,
practicality. And
right.
all
I don't
that,
know. I wasn't going to hear it because I don't, absolutely not. And then I thought to myself, as we're hashing this out, this might be another reason that I don't even want to watch the Super Bowl, because I don't want to get emotionally invested in Kansas City to beat San Francisco. And if they don't beat San Francisco, then I'm going to be pissed all over again.
You don't even want to be hurt again.
No. I don't want to emotionally invest myself into an outcome that is a 50-50 chance of not happening.
Here's another small example that had just occurred to me. Every year for my son's baseball team, we do a Squares fundraiser.
Mm-hmm.
We're not doing it this year. It just I feel like we're all saying F it. Like this.
They don't even want to fundraise anymore.
No.
Forget charity. Forget,
It's the parents, the kids are like, are we going to do it? And you're like, no. And the kid's like, good.
I mean, I don't want to over-exaggerate, but it's changed us, hasn't it?
Yes. We become jaded.
It's Super Bowl week, and Detroit it's not that we're not participating, but it's almost like we don't want to participate in our annual ritual of watching other people experience the Super Bowl.
It's funny because I've seen stories this week that have come out and say they expect this to be the most watched Super Bowl ever.
Not here.
And I'm like, I don't care.
It's weird. 248-539-9797. Has it changed you? We'll get to your phone calls next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, so we're 4 days away from the Super Bowl, and this feels different. It feels like, I don't know, I feel like the collective experience that we had as a community has changed our approach. And maybe it's because we all started making plans, the what-if plans. Oh, my God, what if we're in the game? And they were so much better than our old plans that our old plans seem dumb now. What we used to do for the Super Bowl seems completely unfulfilling when we came that close to actually being a Super Bowl participant. And you know, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I see some of the feedback saying that they don't feel the same way that we do, but you made a very valid point. You can't remember the last time you didn't have plans for the Super Bowl this close to the damn game. 248-539-9797. By the way, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also streaming to our website, 971aticket.com, where the Champ and Chump are posted. Stream with video. Go to twitch.tv and search up 971-A-Ticket, and stream a video via YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search up 971-A-Ticket. Bam, there we are. Let's get to your phone calls. Tyler, you're on 971-A-Ticket. Hi, Tyler. Tyler, are you there? Tyler? No good. 248-539-9797. Chuck, you're on 97-1-A-Ticket. Hi, Chuck.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Long time, first time.
Well, thanks for calling.
Enjoy the show. I listen to you on my way to work. So hear me out, fellas. I'm 46. I can totally agree with you on this. Because at 46, I've seen my share of, the SOL era, which I don't believe is here now.
Yep.
But this is the first time I haven't made plans for the Super Bowl. I didn't make a prediction. I don't care because it's two things. Number one, like the Lions were so good this year. I don't want to feel like I'm cheating on them with my fandom by watching the game. and then it makes you feel like, and I know this may be a bad analogy, I'm just going to get it out the way and be brief, but it's almost like a girl that you broke up with inviting you to her wedding. And who wants to do that?
Yeah, that's a great analogy. I
totally agree with you guys.
I don't know that there's no way I'm not watching, and there's no way I'm not going to have a plan by the time Sunday rolls around. I suspect I'll have a plan, but at this point,
I'll end up like stumbling into watching it.
Right? Isn't this weird?
Yeah, it is, because every other Super Bowl I've made plans, but it's like because we were so close, and I know I'm going to watch the game, and at some point in time I'm going to go, that should be the Lions.
I wonder what. Yeah, is it going to get worse?
I think we all say, right? Not all of us, but I think most of us that say, I'm not even going to watch the game. Maybe I'll stumble on it. I think we're all lying to ourselves. We're going to watch the game.
I know, but
it's going to happen, and it's going to be painful, and it's going to suck. And yes, at some point you're going to say the Lions could be in this game. Maybe they should have been in this game, and that part's going to suck. But next week, at some point, we're going to be looking forward to what's next. We're going to be looking forward to the anticipation of free agent signings, re-signing your own players, extending this guy, extending that guy, talking about the draft, talking about ways to improve the team. How far away are the Lions from being San Francisco or Kansas City? And the real answer is not far. We know it's not far because we've got this kind of bitter disappointment.
Yeah, it's going
to change in about a week and a half. Our feelings are really going to change.
Really weird. I suspect you're right, but it's a really weird thing that this season has done to us. And maybe not all of us, but many of us. 248-539-9797. Our typical Super Sunday doesn't feel the same. And it's because we've all grown, I think it's because we all have grown accustomed to being a non-participant and just kind of comfortable with that. And then you like, holy crap, we can participate in the game. And now being a non-participant feels wholly unsatisfying. Greg, you're on 97.1-A-Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Oh, my gosh. How do these people not feel this way? You're kidding. I have to walk to Tibet because I need the council of monks right now. I'm going to be Forrest Gump. I'm just going to go outside, and I'm just going to start running to see wherever it gets me. I don't know what I'm going to do. I do not want to watch the Super Bowl. I don't care. I don't care. I do not care. We were supposed to be there. We were 50 cents away from being there. This season has lasted it's like I lived 5 seasons in this one season. I don't know what to do with my hands. I've never been in this position. There are no rules, no guidelines, no template that has been set up for me. How do you act, when you're about to go to the Super Bowl? I mean, for me to be as a Lions fan to even talk about Super Bowl, for Super Bowl to even come out of my mouth, I feel like Scrooge the day he woke up from Christmas, how giddy he was, how excited he was, and just to have everything taken away from me, I just felt like you got to help me. I don't know what's going on with me. I never felt this way. Even Guy.
Greg, we're going through it too. We're going through it too. I don't know that we can help you.
I just don't know what to do with my hands. It's just I have no. The only thing. Now, usually I would have a vested interest in the Super Bowl, like Tom Brady took me through there for years.
Right.
Not only we have Tom Brady, I don't have anything to think. The only thing I have is maybe Moody, but I don't want to watch the game just to watch Moody. I'm wishing him all the best, but that's it. I have no desire to watch it, fellas. And I'm telling you the truth. I'm not going to, I'm just going to look at, no. If the Lions are in it, I don't want to have anything to do with it.
Greg, are you a betting man, Greg?
No. Well, let me tell you this. I'm not a betting man, but I believe I believe in Dan Campbell and every move that he's made.
No, that's fine. I was asking a question because if you wanted to have a vested interest,
you could
simply put a wager on it. And there's your interest. But
good, yeah. Maybe that's what I'll do. I might go the full 13.
That sounds really impressive and scary.
Will, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Will.
Hey, what's up, guys?
All right, Will.
Well, for this playoff run, I actually canceled all my plans for Super Bowl and playoffs because I was so locked into the game at the house by myself. I even made my wife and kids leave because I just was so intense and nervous and nerve-wracking. So I had to redo the plans for the Super Bowl, and I'm going to go to the Super Bowl party because the Lions not in it, but I'm still on my feels about it.
Yep. It's not getting better. I think as the game gets closer, I'm wondering if it's getting worse.
Yeah, it definitely is. I'm just heartbroken to be honest.
I'll tell you, something just happened this morning. We're doing the show. We're talking about this, and behind Gator, there's a TV screen, and they must have shown 5 replays of the ball bouncing off Kindle Vildor's face mask. And I'm like, I don't want to see that play ever again.
Never.
Ever again.
No, never, ever.
And it's like this cruel reminder thrown in our face. I think this game this season has changed us to the point where we can't just go through our normal routine of enjoying the Super Bowl. And better to have loved than lost than to never loved at all, Gator. But it's weird. 248-539-9797. Richard, you're next. What's up, Richard?
Hi, guys. I'm in that same camp. We host a Super Bowl party every year, and it's a blowout. And, up till halftime, I was thinking, damn, we're actually going to host a Super Bowl party with the Lions in it. And so it's sort of like most years you look towards the Super Bowl like it's like a New Year's party.
Yeah.
And this year, 2 weeks ago, it was like, I'm getting married. My wedding is in 2 weeks. And the next thing you know, the wedding was canceled and you're back to a New Year's Day party or whatever. And it's like, yeah, it's going to be fun, but we don't have any plans. We usually have like 15 people over. We've invited no one. We're like, all right, we'll figure something out. But it's different. And you're right. I think we are. I won't say forever changed.
Probably
but
not.
For this year, it's different.
It is different.
And you know what? And if we happen to win a Super Bowl, the Super Bowls after that probably won't feel the same either. But for this year, it's just a weird feeling. It's like an empty, weird feeling. Now you just hope it's a good game from beginning to end.
We've all rode the ride together, right? The Super Bowl was just that game that was played that we all watched and kind of celebrated. And I think we grow accustomed to and comfortable with not being participants. And this year, none of us are comfortable. None of us are satisfied. I shouldn't say none of us. It feels like a good portion of Detroit, it changed what Super Bowl Sunday means.
For sure. And what it used to be, it was a pressure-free experience because unless you had a really rooting interest or money on it, you're just going to enjoy like 10 different kinds of things to eat and drink and laugh with your buddies and watch the show. And then this year looked like it was going to really mean something. And then just like trouble with the snap, we had trouble with the helmet, and we'll be dealing with it until we erase it with something better. Man.
Thank you for the phone call.
Yeah, but he talked about like you were gonna get married in 2 weeks. And imagine they call off the wedding, and now you still got to attend the wedding and watch that person get married to somebody else. Like we should. This is my wedding. This is my party. I should be here.
Shouldn't we be getting together?
But now we're forced to watch this. That's why it hurt. That's another reason why it's so difficult, guys. Is it's not just like, all right, we could be in this. It's we should be in this, right?
Yes.
We're 30 minutes away from being in this, and then you talk about that replay. I don't want to watch.
I don't want to see that play ever
Don't
again.
want to see it ever
And
again.
they just ran 5 times behind
I don't want to see
Gator.
a San Francisco helmet ever again.
Exactly. I don't want to see the Niners.
I want them to get pummeled. I want the Chiefs to win this game 55-0.
Do you like the Chiefs?
No.
Either do I.
No, I don't.
That's what I mean. I don't even like the Chiefs.
You know, here's what else I want. I want Taylor Swift on the TV all the time.
Make the rest of America. Yes.
Yep.
Deal with it.
I want to see Taylor rooting on Travis Kelce. I hope Travis Kelce has 10 catches for 205 yards and 4 touchdowns. And I hope they show Taylor all the time. Show me Jackson Mahomes. Let's go.
All right, you've gone too far.
No, give me the whole box up there. Oh, no. All these people cheering that team on.
Don't say the wife, too.
If I could remember her name, I would, but
Brittany.
I don't.
Brittany.
Brittany Mahomes. Let me see her. No, it's all, yeah, but seriously, give me all Taylor Swift all day. I want the Niner fans to get pissed.
Let's go.
All they do is show her.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Are you upset? Oh, does that bother you?
Like, is she the Kindle Vildor of this game? I don't want to see the Kindle Vildor play anymore. 248-539-9797. Vanna Fun 69. Mama Kelsey. Tons of Mama Kelsey.
Yeah, she's great.
Yep.
How about Jason Kelsey, too? Bare-chested.
Yep. He better be.
Yeah. Big old SF on his chest.
A whole bunch of annoying stuff. Put it all on there. We'll get over it, but it feels like we've been changed for maybe forever changed. I don't know. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, I said SF. I meant KC. Let's go Chiefs. Look, I know it's warm out, and I know it's going to be really warm this weekend, but let's be honest. Winter is not done yet, right? Spring's not quite here yet. Here's what you need to do. The people over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they know what it takes to keep your home comfortable all year long. And they're offering a deal right now where you can replace that clunky water heater with a tankless one for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. Now, they've got over 100 years of combined experience, and they're the team that I trust. I've had them put in a new water heater in my house, in fact, and they talked me through the pros and cons of the tankless versus the traditional. They're going to work with you, and they are fantastic. Visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com.
Hey, I want you to do something. Can you step outside the studio and see if you smell anything? This is a serious question.
This is odd.
It is odd, but I stepped out. You know how you have that sense memory where you get hit with a smell and it makes you think of something? So I had to print up a live read for Sarah Whalen Chevrolet. And I stepped outside and I took a whiff and I'm like, God, it smells. Something hit me that it smelled like. And so I asked Gator to go out and see if he smells anything. And I'll get to what it is here in a second. I want to see if he had the same sense memory I did. Now, when you stepped outside, he's coming back in the studio. Did you smell anything?
There's a hint of something in the air.
Yeah. You know what it smelled? Okay. Do you have any, it didn't trigger anything?
No.
Smelled like my dad's pipe from when I was 10.
Well, I didn't meet you until I was in my late 20s. So I don't know what your dad's pipe smells like.
Understood, but I didn't know if your dad smoked a pipe back in the day. The
no.
old school professorial pipe.
I know what you mean. I had a friend of mine whose father smoked a pipe occasionally. I loved the smell of pipe tobacco.
Did you?
I did.
Yeah.
Cigarettes I hate. Can't stand. Cigars do not like. Pipe tobacco was cool.
That's what hit me when I stepped outside.
A little bit. I guess there's a tinge of that.
I don't know what the hell that is. Is Powers wearing a new cologne?
He's got one of those jackets that have the patches on the elbows.
He might. I have to go take a look. All right, so we're kind of talking about how it feels like 4 days from the Super Bowl in Detroit, we've been maybe forever changed as to how a game that I think we'd all grown accustomed to just not being a non-participant, not even threatening to participate, and probably growing comfortable with that, which is a little sad, but now we're not comfortable with it anymore. From an unnamed texter, I'm with you, Doug. I'm usually pumped for the Super Bowl party. This year, I haven't had a single friend ask what the plan is. Not even sure I'll do anything. These are weird times. Another unnamed texter. Used to live for Super Bowl parties. This year, I couldn't care less. My dad usually has a giant bash with 40 to 50 people. This year, he decided to go to Florida last minute. Ben in West Bloomfield. I feel exactly like what you're talking about. I'm still going to watch and smoke some meats, but it's like eating a sad burger. I've canceled my party I was going to have. Unnamed texter. I always had a rooting interest watching this game. I fully am in IDGAF mode right now. I'll watch, even though I said the same thing Doug did after the San Francisco game, which is I'm not watching the Super Bowl. I mean, look, I knew in the moment I wasn't going to be able to follow through on it, but I genuinely felt like I'm not watching the Super Bowl. It was a weird, there's no way I'm watching.
Yeah, I don't have plans.
But
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm going to watch it. I just don't know. Am I going to watch it by myself? Am I going to go to somebody's house?
Yep.
I don't think I'm going to have people over. That's not going to happen because the weather's going to be too warm and it's going to be dirty paw time, and I don't need to deal with that with people. So...
Dirty paw time?
Well, because the dog will go outside. She'll get the dirty paws. She'll come back inside. No matter how much I clean them, there's still going to be some dirt, and then she's going to want to jump on somebody, and then I'm going to get in trouble because dirty paw time.
248-539-9797. Sal, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Sal?
Hey, I couldn't agree with you guys more. I was at the game in San Francisco, and I was probably the most obnoxious Lions fan in the house. I mean, the people around me were getting it, and they were getting it good.
Oh, boy.
And then to sit there at the end of the game and the last 30 minutes, just watch everything, develop the way it developed, and sitting there silently. I watched that stadium go from dead silent to just cheering out of their mind after the Ayuk play. And I have no interest this year in the Super Bowl.
How did the people treat you? You said you were obnoxious as hell. And when things turned,
they were great people.
So
they were great people.
They didn't give it back to you.
They didn't give it back. And my brother was embarrassed, and he said, "I thought you were going to get your ass beat." And sorry about saying that, but they were great. They were great people, gracious people, and I was.
Sal, I appreciate the honesty because you're basically saying I was the worst and they were cool.
I was, and there's no way around, no other way to say it. I was saying, you ain't never been punched in the mouth like this, and I was just obnoxious. And and then I had to sit there in the second half and watch the debacle that was the second half.
Yeah, it was. Do any jinx rules apply to that guy? Did he jinx it at all?
He absolutely jinxed.
Okay.
But he admitted he was an obnoxious fan. So
Larry, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Larry?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Good. The Super Bowl's always meant something different to us and our family. My dad used to be a football handicapper on the east side of Detroit back in the day.
Nice.
And he died on Super Bowl Sunday kickoff, Atlanta-Denver 99. So we toast my father with a drink called Udak, which is like ouzo to the 10th power, because that's what he used to drink.
Okay.
So we have a little bit more in our family. Like, actually, we have a party every year, and it's no different this year. I don't know why people wouldn't have a party. It's not like we could go to the Super Bowl. We couldn't afford to go anyway, so we're going to watch the game. But it means a little more to us and our family because of my dad.
Certainly understandable.
And it was 25 years. So I thought, hey, my dad's going to come through for us this year, and unfortunately.
I got a question for you. I hope it's not too sensitive here, but you said your dad, he was a kind of an odds maker, bookmaker type guy, and he dies on Super Bowl Sunday. What was his last? I mean, was he close to the prediction of the game?
No, actually, he had Atlanta. He lost.
Okay.
He bet the dog. He used to bet the dog most of the time, but he lost the game.
Hello?
And it was just surreal, and we're kind of melancholy right now, more about the football game than anything.
Okay,
All right.
well, that's something.
Don't quite know what's just happened. Don't even know if we're on the air anymore.
I'm going to guess no.
I'm going to guess no as well.
But we'll carry on.
I guess we will carry on.
Sorry, it was really an opportune time for that to happen to us. But
yeah, if we are on the air, just so people know, it sounds like we just went off the air from where we sit. But well, they're saying on Twitch they hear us, so
okay, well,
we're apparently still on the air. But our feed has just completely gone down. We lost a caller. We lost everything. So.
Yeah, I can't even hear. There's no volume coming through my headphones.
Nope. Somebody call Robbie. We have a in-studio meltdown here. Not sure what the hell's going on. But
we've got an orange light situation.
Yeah, the orange light is blinking in studio, which no idea what that means. All right, so Super Bowl's 4 days away. We are just talking about how this was an event that I think we'd grown rather comfortable with, that we were accustomed to watching as purely a non-participant. I equated it to like watching the YouTube point of view videos of roller coaster rides and how, you just watch those, but you were never going to the theme park. And then, damn it, it's like we had an invite to the theme park. We had a flight booked to the theme park. We had a room at the theme park, and then our trip got canceled. And now I don't want to watch the YouTube videos anymore. The thrill is gone from watching the YouTube video.
Went all BB King on us.
Yep. And once you think you might actually go to Disney, it feels borderline impossible to recreate what we had, which was, Super Bowl Sunday was fine. I think it was fine. But it had a chance to be so much better and inconceivably better. But
I think, to me, as I'm trying to find another analogy like this, is this kind of like Bachelor in Paradise, and you found the girl, you're all set. Like this was working great. You guys gone on a couple dates. You guys kind of pledged that we're going to be in this for the end of the show, and this might lead to something great. We could get married. Mm-hmm. And she's like, yeah, this is awesome. And then they introduce some new guy, and the new guy wants to go on a date, and he says, I'd like to take you out, Sheila. And she's like, oh, okay. And you're like, wait a minute, what do we have? And then she takes off and goes off with the guy. Like, what just happened? Did that just happen? That just happened.
Yep.
Brutal.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We'll get to more of your ticket texts, your tweets. Also coming up next hour, is this going to be better or worse for us as a sports fan as things are changing? We will get to that today at 11:30 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. T-minus 4 days until the Super Bowl is played, which of course is in Las Vegas this year, and reports state that all members of the 49ers and Chiefs are not allowed to gamble in any way, shape, or form while in Sin City until after the game has been played. No table games, no betting on the game itself, obviously. NFL players outside of those teams visiting are allowed to play the table games, but may not bet on the game itself still. Also, if you're curious, the annual Madden video game simulation has the Chiefs beating the 49ers 30-28. Very scientific. Juwan Howard still seeking answers as his Wolverines are in last place in the Big Ten with a 2-9 conference record. He talked about the need for his players to buy in after their most recent loss and was asked how he's going to get them to do that. Yeah, it doesn't get any easier for Michigan. They are facing number 11 Wisconsin. They will be their opponent at Chrysler Center. The call is going to be at 7 o'clock with Brian Bush's call over on WWJ. And the long road trip begins for the Pistons. They've lost 3 in a row. They'll make stops in Sacramento, Portland, LA, and Phoenix before next week's All-Star break. Also, the trade deadline coming up tomorrow. The Kings are up first for a 10 p.m. game late tonight. Mark's call is going to be right here on 97.1 The Ticket with a 9:35 pregame. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I hope everybody's doing well on this Wednesday. Strange times indeed in Detroit. First of all, apparently we never were off the air, but everything that we have indications that we're on the air is telling us we weren't on the air, and so we talked through it. No idea what was going on, but apparently we're back, even though we never went anywhere. But it's strange times indeed. With this Super Bowl coming up on Sunday, I just wondered how many people in Detroit, and it sounds like a lot of you, the response we've gotten is a ton of people, feel almost forever changed by this Lions run, that the Super Bowl doesn't feel the same as it used to because our team came so close, because our team was almost a participant, because we dared to dream what it would have been like to have been a fan of a team that was almost to an unthinkable place, inconceivably participating in the Super Bowl, that anything that comes in the wake of it not happening feels wholly unsatisfying. Meaning, what we used to do previously for the Super Bowl feels wholly unsatisfying. And as you pointed out, and, you know, I brought this up and you go, you know what? Now that I think about it, I don't have plans for Sunday. Which in your lifetime, would you have ever not had plans for the Super Bowl on the Wednesday before the game?
No, I mean, I've said before, the only other time I can remember not actively trying to not watch the Super Bowl was, I think, back in the 1988 Super Bowl. Denver and Washington. Did not care about either team. I was not going to watch the game.
And do you remember if you watched it?
Yeah, I did at the very end because I did some other plans fell through, and then I ended up watching with a couple of my friends at one of their houses. But beyond that, I've always been excited to watch Super Bowl.
Right.
You know, to some level. It's become less important, I guess, the last couple of years. But this is an all-time low. But it's for different reasons.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, the matchup has, you know, affected me in the past. This isn't about the matchup. This is about one team and one situation in particular. Because our team woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Feels like it. Feels
so
like
close.
It. And you can't help but think, okay, if they win the game, they beat San Francisco, here's what we're going to do. Gearing down to not being in the game is just I don't know, it's an empty feeling. It used to be this week was kind of fun. We'd be into the game a little bit. One line that we talked about, Alex Anzalone's letter to the fans. We'll get to that in a minute because it's interesting because he kind of addresses this. Unnamed texter, I'm sorry, this is Mike, writes in, my fandom has gone from chesty to testy. I'll still watch, but it would be with hot dogs instead of brisket. Another one, I totally agree with you guys. Now that we were so close after nothing at all for my 50 years of watching them and always going to a party to watch some clown teams, I cannot watch this year. Randy in St. Clair Shores. I totally don't care. I'm going to drive to Florida that day. If I'm sitting around, I may as well sit in my car. We're not having a Super Bowl get-together this year. I've had 2 calls asking if we were. I feel exhausted for 2 reasons. We've had more parties this year than ever, with Michigan going to the college football playoff, then winning the national championship, then the Lions playoff run, then another playoff game, the NFC championship, then disappointed because we should be in the Super Bowl. Yes, now I don't care anymore. I'm exhausted.
There might be truth to that. My one buddy was literally having the last 2-3 weeks of Lions, like, hey, come over for the game. Everyone brought food, beer, all this stuff.
Yep.
A complete letdown now that they're not in the Super Bowl. Like, how do you ramp it back up? He was having it every weekend. Now, not a word from him, by the way, since the last one.
Martin, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Martin.
Hey, boys. How you guys doing?
Okay. Hi, Martin.
Sorry, man. I'm still healing. I need group therapy. I need a lot of therapy. This one hurts like hell, man. I can't even watch this game Sunday.
It's weird.
I'm so sick of Taylor Swift, Kelsey. We could have won. We're 30 minutes, 27 minutes away, and they blew the lead. I backed Campbell up on everything he did. But this I'm going to sit there and watch it. And San Francisco wins this game. That's like just put the knife right through the heart at that point. I mean, like, come on. I mean, how do you – God, I still am not over it. I mean, even when Ben Johnson came back, and but I'm not. No, this is not something you get over with, man. This is like, I can't even explain it. Like, for the first time in our lives, we saw a team that we never probably thought be in the Final Four in football get there and be there with a 17-point lead at halftime. And this is like a dream or a nightmare you're in. You can't get out of it. You're trying to get out of bed. You can't get out. This just, I don't know. I hate football right now. That's how much it hurts. Like, I'm being dead honest. Like, you're looking at everybody's like, what do you want to bring for the game? Who cares? What, Buffalo dip? I don't care. The Lions are not in it. I don't care. Well, we're going to have steak and cheese. I don't care. Guys, the Lions are not in it. I don't want to see Taylor Swift and Kelsey's little Fruit Loop putting a little heart up. Like, look at me. I love you, babe. But who cares? We're not in it. We're not in it, and it hurts, and it really hurts.
It's like the whole thing, Martin, it's ruined the Super Bowl.
Bro, I was going to drive your RV to Vegas. I had plans. I was going to get on the RV, take you guys, show you around, get you some Middle Eastern food. I would have been your personal driver. I would have been your chauffeur. I had it planned.
I know.
And now I'm stuck.
I know.
And it hurts.
I'm with you.
Sorry, guys. I needed the vent. I needed a week before I can call you guys and tell you how I feel. It just stings, man.
It really does. It really does. Stings. I mean, it's the biggest event in sports, right?
It is.
And we used to be able to watch it kind of innocently. The innocence is gone.
It is gone. Win one playoff game. Yes.
Yep.
Win a second playoff game. Yes. NFC championship game. Yeah, give it a baby. No.
248-539-9797. Monica, you're next. What's up, Monica?
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Good. How are you?
Okay.
Oh, good. So I agree with you. I listen to you when I'm driving to work, and it's like my late husband used to always have Super Bowl parties, and nobody really cared who was playing. It was just a party. We had no skin in the game, and so who cared? But now we did. Now we came so close, and it disintegrated right in front of our very eyes, and I have to tell you, it's heartbreaking, but, we're still encouraged with the team, and I just feel like I don't care what team wins, and if there was a way they could both lose, that would be great.
The disintegration is such a great word. It feels like so much disintegrated. The season, the dreams, now our interest in the Super Bowl. I mean, the previous caller said his interest in football's disintegrated. Like,
really?
Yeah.
Really, it is true. That you feel that it was, you were ready to touch it, and then when you do, it falls apart in your hand. So, and as my daughter said, even with the Michigan win and all, there was still a divided state. But with the Lions, everybody rallied around them. You watch the Today Show, and I just can't stand to watch it now because all we do is see the helmet in Las Vegas that's, half Kansas City, half the 49ers, and you just want to say, who cares? Nobody really cares. and it's. And I know it's kind of bad sportsmanship to be that way, but
that's how we feel.
No, that's exactly. You're right. That's exactly how we feel. You're right. It is sort of bad sportsmanship. I don't want to ruin the great American tradition of the Super Bowl, and I don't think by talking about this we are. But if we're being totally honest, this week feels different than any previous Super Bowl week that I have ever experienced in my life. And the thing is, they've been to an NFC title game before. But that team didn't come close.
No.
That team felt, even though they were young and had promise, the way that NFC title game went 30 years ago was such a blowout that it was like, well, they weren't even close.
No. And I don't want to be angry with the Sphere. The Las Vegas Sphere is fantastic. I don't want to be upset.
But you're angry with the Sphere?
Well, I mean, she mentioned I'm tired of looking at it with the half San Francisco, half Kansas City logos on the thing. And I'm like,
yep.
Damn you, Sphere.
Stupid Sphere. All right, so Alex Anzalone kind of wrote about this in his Players Tribune. We talked about how he backed Dan Campbell yesterday for all his decisions, but he wrote about trying to sum up his feelings as a player. We'll get to that coming up today at 11:18. Also at 11:30, I don't know, man. We're all dealing with the changing sports world, and this was big news. And I wonder how much it's going to impact you as a fan, whether it's going to make things better or worse. We'll get to that today at 11:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. some of the most interesting things, in my opinion, for sports fans is when players, coaches, media members, broadcasters can take a fan to a place that they can't otherwise go. Into that locker room, into the tunnel, into the interactions in the trenches. It's weird. But I've always stopped what I'm doing when a player starts telling stories. So we're in the huddle, when that starts with that, I'm always like, ooh, cool. Let's go in the huddle. Because I think deep down, all of us, wish we were in that huddle. All of us wish, what would be better than being in a post-game locker room after winning a big game?
Yeah.
And hearing the players tell the stories and getting to be even just a fly in the wall. So when Alex Anzalone wrote yesterday this long piece in the Players Tribune, and we talked about the beginning and the part where they all supported Dan Campbell. He also, I think, the story took us to a place that we couldn't go, which is sort of inside the head of a player, a leader on the team. He did a really good job describing his feelings. And here we all sit today, and as we commiserate together still a week and a half later, and I don't know when the clock is going to expire on this as a relevant topic in Detroit, but it was kind of pulling the Super Bowl forward a little bit here. The game's on Sunday, and I feel like collectively our tank of given-ness is on 0 still. And it just changed the way we approach the Super Bowl because we were almost a participant. Here's what Anzalone wrote, and I think this is, again, taking the fans a place they can't go, and this is how this player actually feels. And I've highlighted some parts of this, but Anzalone wrote, does it hurt? Hell yeah, it hurts. What day is today? I've been in a daze. My phone says it's Saturday. Well, it still hurts on Saturday. At 6 o'clock in the morning, I'm pulling in my driveway after the 49ers game, and I was devastated. A few tears were definitely shed in the locker room, a few more on the plane ride home. When I got in the house, it was a surreal feeling. A couple of days later, we're all hanging in the living room, the whole gang. Cooper, his son, just woke up from his nap. I'm holding Cooper in my arms, my wife next to me on the couch. Out of the blue, Cooper turns to me and innocently asks, Daddy, did you go to the Super Bowl? Oof. I looked at Lindsay and I almost lost it. It hits you right in the heart. Everything kind of came back that moment, I mean, the whole journey coming to Detroit because Dan and the coaching staff believed that I could be the leader of the defense. All the heartbreaking losses of 21 when the world was laughing at us and Dan was telling us, F the world, it's about the guys in this room. Thanksgiving 2022 when we played Buffalo down to the wire and lost another heartbreaker and sitting at 4-7. And we get to practice next Tuesday, and our linebacker coach, Kelvin Shepard, looked us all in our eyes and said, hey, you know what? We're winning out. We're winning out. That's our expectation now. Opening night against Kansas City, when we spoiled the opener banner-raising party, our guy, when a lot of people were saying, oh, man, Kansas City, our guys were thinking, oh, man, Kansas City. The wild card game, Stafford and the Rams coming into Ford Field. Then after that game, the incredible video, the Lions fans crying in the stands and just how much it meant. Learning his story, how his late father, a lifelong Lions fan who actually helped build Ford Field. It's just Detroit in one image. The Tampa game. You thought, how do we get it done? How about Amon-Ra fighting for the first down with 3 guys on his back on 3rd and 15? Derek ending it with an unbelievable read. The random lady coming up to David Montgomery at a gas station and giving him a hug, breaking down in tears. Daddy, did you go to the Super Bowl? No, buddy, we didn't. But don't worry, we'll get there. I mean, that's Anzalone, right? That's his feelings. I think when you can put into words what it really feels like and you can kind of put yourself in his position, he did a great job writing that of what it feels like.
I mean, after yesterday, after I read that whole thing, Alex Anzalone shot up to top 2 Lions.
Is that right?
Yeah, he just because everything the part that you read is a great section.
There's a lot more to it.
There's a ton to it.
I highlighted some parts to try and give you the gist of it. And we're not going to read the whole story on the air, but it's on the Players Tribune if you want to go read it.
What I liked about it was he was acknowledging the Detroit side of things. It's the fans and how the fans reacted. The fans in the stands and and that he knows the stories. Like he read everything else, and he saw the news reports on TV. He saw all that stuff, and he's not immune to it. He's not just, I'm just a football player, I don't really care. No, he cares. He's invested, and he knows how invested the fans are. And I think that's cool, and it needed to be shown. And now that it is, I want this guy to retire a Detroit Lion.
Yeah. Now, at the end of the story, he writes to what we've been talking about this morning. So to all the Lions fans out there, before I go, I have one final question for you. Are you going to watch it on Sunday? It's funny. When we had our exit meetings with Dan the other day, he actually asked me the same thing. I didn't know how to answer. I honestly hadn't even thought about it yet, and it kind of made me sick thinking about going to some Super Bowl party and standing around like an idiot trying to pretend to be happy. But Dan said, no, you got to watch it, man. Use every second of it as motivation. I'll sure as hell be watching. That's quoting Dan. Anzalone goes on to write, I can't help but have this image of Dan sitting in a dark room this Sunday all by himself, gripping his coffee cup for 3 straight hours, staring daggers at the TV, just counting down the milliseconds until training camp starts and we can run it back. You're going to have 53 dogs out there doing the exact same. You're going to have the whole coaching staff doing the same. You're going to have a whole city doing the same. This year it sucks. Next year it's us. Believe, Alex. I mean, I've often said we want our athletes to care as much as we care.
Right.
That is dripping with as much as we care.
This goes back to the whole philosophy that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell had from day one of working together.
Mm-hmm.
They want to put together a team of guys that just love football. And that's what they've done. And Alex Anzalone is a shining example of a guy who loves football.
Yep.
That's a football player.
Yep.
That's a player right there.
Still hurts, doesn't know what day it is, didn't even think about if he was going to watch the game, and now is going to watch it seething. Seething. So you hope that all manifests itself into a team full of rabid dogs next year. But it sounds like it's not something they have to fabricate. Sounds like if Anzalone is the quintessential 2024 Detroit Lion and representative of what a lot of these guys are going to be, we're kind of in good shape, huh? We're kind of in good shape.
Yep.
We'll see where it goes from there. All right, Gator. There was an announcement yesterday. It was kind of weird. And I don't think any of us really knew what it meant. In fact, I read a bunch about it and couldn't figure it out. And as time has gone by, this has a chance to indeed change how we watch sports. There was an announcement yesterday that ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers have agreed to combine and start a streaming service owned equally by all 3 parties. Now, this may not mean much to you at first glance, but understand that ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers, these are the networks that will be streamed under this new service. And think about all the sports they carry. ABC, ESPN, ESPN2, ESPNU, the SEC Network, the ACC Network, ESPN News, Fox, Fox Sports 1, Fox Sports 2, BTN, Big Ten Network, TNT, TBS, True TV, and ESPN Plus. It's going to be a sports-specific streaming bundle that will carry NFL games, including next year's Super Bowl, the entire NBA, NHL, and Major League Baseball playoffs, the bulk of the NASCAR season, the FIFA World Cup, Big Ten sports, SEC sports, ACC sports, all of this through one streaming service, one subscribe streaming service.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little scary when you talk about streaming and subscribing because some people just don't want to ever stream anything.
Right.
And subscriptions, of course, means you pay for it.
Yep.
And they're doing this to try and come up with what appears to be a sustainable business model. We all know that ESPN just cut a bunch of people and is trying to cut costs a little bit. And there's plenty of people out there that don't have cable anymore, that have just gone full on streaming. I stream a lot of stuff, but I don't love it because it's not as easy to use as cable. Now, is it a first world problem that I have to hit the button 6 times to change channels as opposed to once? Total first world problem. It's not that big a deal. But I'm going to assume if all of these properties are going to be under one streaming service, that part of the goal is to make it much easier to navigate from one game to the next. Now, we're not always navigating between games. Gator, you'll be watching, as you mentioned earlier, Bachelor in Paradise and the Red Wings at the same time. Whatever it might be, right? Well, you brought it up.
Didn't bring up against the Red Wings. The Wings don't play till Saturday.
All right, well, Pistons. that Northwestern Indiana game that's going down to the wire, whatever it might be, you can flip to non-sports stuff. You might be flipping to non-sports stuff as well. But this comes with a lot of questions.
Ton of questions.
Maybe the biggest of which is cost.
I think cost is number one. I also have a question about how this affects cable TV, how it affects, like, if you have Xfinity or whatever, am I still going to be able to get, is ESPN, ESPN2, all those channels I'm already getting that are part of this bundle? I get all these already.
Will they be removed from your cable?
Yeah, I think it'll be removed from
question.
cable, or is this part of it? Do I not have to get the streaming bundle because I already have it?
Well, there is some speculation on price, and we will get to that. Plus, is this the step, the kind of thing that we see and we go, all right, it's streaming or nothing. Like, we have to go to streaming. And look, there was a time where, Gator, we were growing up that the cool kids had cable.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We'll get to what this cost is estimated at. One media outlet's reporting something at 11:32. Hey, February is the month of love and chocolates, and Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has sweet deals that you're going to love. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado or the award-winning Equinox arriving daily. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is showing their love for their community with their quarterly blood drive on Friday, March 1st. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. All right, so look, many people tune in this radio station because they're sports fans, I suspect. And, listening to sports is what we provide, sports talk, play-by-play, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's watching sports. And there's been no doubt we've seen, for instance, last night, did you seek out and watch Michigan State, Minnesota, streamed only on Peacock?
I did.
Yep. There have been some football games streamed only on Amazon this year, NFL games. There's been a couple of college games. Michigan State, Washington was streamed. Michigan, East Carolina was streamed, both on Peacock. The breaking of the seal of this as a way to consume sports and have to have streaming services it's a reality that I think a lot of people don't want to even think about or accept. Gator, there's cost issues that come along with this, which is the real nuts and bolts of a lot of people's issues. And then there's not wanting to get a smart TV I have a smart TV, but there's truly a couple of apps that I can't access on my TV because they've apparently come out since I bought the TV. And I don't know, maybe if I update the TV, only one of them ever asked for an update because I have two smart TVs, but there's challenges that come with getting used to streaming and does my technology match the technology needed to stream this? And then yesterday, this announcement that ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers are all joining together to put this, basically all these sports and these sports services, ESPN, ESPN Plus, ESPN2, ESPNU, SEC Network, ACC Network, ESPN News, ABC, Fox, Fox Sports 1, Fox Sports 2, Big Ten Network, TNT, TBS, True TV. So this is college sports, NBA, NFL, NHL, MLB, WNBA, NASCAR, FIFA World Cup, tennis, all of this stuff, right? But immediately I notice one's missing. How do you watch March Madness? Well, March Madness is on True TV, and it is on TBS and TNT, but it's also on CBS, not included here. So if one of your games, one of the local teams, Michigan or Michigan State, ever make March Madness, you get and your game's on CBS, guess what? It's not part of the streaming package.
But I would assume it would be on your normal cable package.
It would be, but you brought up the point. Does this mean ESPN and Fox Sports and all these are taking off your local cable?
I really hope that those are still part of cable, that all those channels are still part of cable. Yep. That what this service really is this is a bundle for people that have already cut the cord. I'm hoping this is what this is. So, and I think it's a great idea to have this as a bundle for people that have already cut the cord, because they don't want to miss out on that. And this is a way to, look, all I want to do is watch my sports. Here you go. Here's your package. Because cable was set up that way too. You get your basic cable, and if you wanted it, you could upgrade to a sports package. They would include all these extra channels there, and that's how you did it. And then when everything started to go this route, games on Peacock, games on Apple, games on, whatever, Amazon, then you start to get concerned about it. Now, those aren't part of this, right? This doesn't include Peacock or Amazon?
No.
Or Apple, for that matter. So,
no,
I'm not sure if this is even going to affect me as a viewer right now that already has cable.
If they aren't taking some of these networks off your cable service.
And I can't imagine they're going to take those networks off of cable.
So Deadspin did a story on this today because it tried to address price. Now, where they got the information, I don't know, but here's what they wrote. Consumers will be able to subscribe directly in the app. So let's call this the,
Sports Bundle app. Whatever.
Sports Bundle app. And now you can just click on that and have all this stuff, hopefully at a fingertip away. One push of a button, you can change the channel. As opposed to backing out of one app. Are you sure you want to exit? Yes. Okay, now scroll over, find the other app, load that app in.
I don't think it's going to be as simple as you want it to be.
Well, if they're doing this, okay, as a consumer, I'd say make it that simple. Make it that simple.
I have the funny feeling that this is going to be like watching Netflix. And if you're tired of watching one show on Netflix and you want to watch something else, that's exactly how it's going to be. You're going to get out of this movie that you're watching. You go back to the Netflix main menu, find what you're looking for, click on that. It's not going to be terribly taxing, but it's different than saying I'm watching channel 232, which is NBC. Oh, I want to watch
we just want
CBS,
last
and I just go up one channel.
We just want last channel, right?
I don't know if you're going to get that.
Here's what Deadspin writes about cost. Consumers will be able to subscribe directly in the app and have the option to bundle the service with Disney Plus, Hulu, or Max. CNBC estimates that the price for the service will be anywhere between $45 and $50 a month. $45 to $50 a month. So anywhere between $550 and $600 a year. $540 and $600 a year.
I'm already paying for cable.
It seems like a hefty price, but here's the kicker. Deadspin writes to pay for each of those streaming services individually, ESPN Plus, Fox, and Warner Brothers, would total $25.98 a month. So by putting them all in one app, it's pretty much doubling the cost. That's the part where collectively, I feel like we give it the, oh, hell no. Now, why would they keep the individual streaming available if they can make you double the cost to get the product? They probably won't. And that's where the frustration sets in, is it's all a way to basically double the cost, but veil it as this convenience of having it all in one app, which if I'm given the choice of keeping the cost down and having to back out of ESPN and then log into the Fox Sports app, I would do that. But let's be clear here too. We don't even really know what's happening with Bally's, right? I mean, they just had that sale, or they're being taken over by Amazon as a part owner of the Bally's regional networks. And this year, I guess everything's going to be on Bally's, but moving forward,
right,
what's that going to look like?
I don't know, but right now for this upcoming Tiger season, and Red Wings and Pistons are on there as well.
Yep.
Fortunately, we don't have to worry about it just yet.
Not yet, but quite frankly, this all sounds like a move towards required to stream. And I don't know how well that sits. I imagine not well.
No, I imagine not well at all.
Yep.
I mean, I'm already not happy with how much money I'm forking over just for cable, internet, and then I've got phone through it as well.
When we went to full streaming at our place up north, thinking, okay, this is a great test run for us. We'll see how much cheaper this is, and it was way cheaper than cable, right? And then we realized, oh, we don't get this. Oh, we got to pay for that. And when we started realizing what we didn't get with the streaming service and what we had to pay extra for to get, the price crept right back up to where it was with cable. And it wasn't as convenient. So we canceled the streaming and went back to cable.
Yep.
So I don't know, man.
Well, that's why this is a story that just broke yesterday. So we're going to follow it, figure it out, because this isn't happening tomorrow. It's not happening next week or next month.
No.
This is something that is in the future that will happen.
And it's something that, I've said forever, this thing about I want to keep up with technology so I'm not the grandparent with the rotary dial phone, and, that you saw back in the day. If you don't embrace it, you get one step behind, then two steps behind, and then you get hopelessly behind.
I'm just watching DVDs, man.
Yeah. And next thing you know, you got a VHS machine, and that's all you're doing is watching old movies that you have tapes of.
You have to use a tracking.
What's that?
You have to adjust the tracking.
That's right. 248-539-9797. Okay. Interesting question. Q&A with a local writer regarding our Lions in what is always a very hot topic. We'll get to that today at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Super Bowl week. Happy Super Bowl week to those who celebrate with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Super Bowl Sunday, well, historically, it's all about kicking back with family and friends, the big party, the snacks. But it's a new day. And that includes betting. You can now bet on the big game. And FanDuel has so many ways for you to end the season with a W or 2 or 3. Not only can you bet on who will win Super Bowl 58, but FanDuel also has bets for what players might score a touchdown, how many points will be scored, and so much more. And check this out. Great offer now for new customers. You can join today and you get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Some feedback coming in. Scott writes in, so there it is. Single interface channel changing, which we all want, doubles the price. Is it worth it? I don't know. Yes, cable is going away. Gator will be mad.
If cable goes away, I mean, if these channels go off the cable, then I will be pissed.
These companies are never going to let it be cheaper. That's why I pay for the internet and pirate everything. That's from an unnamed texter. Yeah, there's always the pirating. We know.
Sure, if you want to do the illegal activity.
I mean, it's one of those deals that the people that do this seem to think the rest of us are suckers. And I get it. But you do realize the moment that I decide to start pirating things is the moment they will figure out how to track down and arrest those people.
That's right.
I'm fully convinced. What do they always say? What do I get? It's not a Fire Stick. What's the thing they get? Is it a Fire Stick?
Fire Stick, right?
I don't think so. There's another term, I thought. Because a Fire Stick's illegal. We had a Fire Stick up north. Bought it at Meyer. What's the illegal thing called?
No, you can jailbreak a Fire Stick.
Oh, that's what it is. All right. Yeah, thank you.
The Fire Stick is legal itself. It's what you do with it maybe not so legal.
The jailbreaking of the Fire Stick. How would you ever know it's illegal? It's called jailbreaking. Let's go to Dale. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Dale.
Hi, how are you? First, let me tell you, you guys had a great program.
Oh, thank you.
This happened to me last night, and this is something that I think happens all the time in streaming. I got home late because we were at a function, and the game was half over, right? Well, you turn the game on streaming because you can't record it on your DVR, and now you're stuck seeing the game from the midpoint rather than being able to watch the whole game. So is there some kind of a workaround for that? If they go to streaming, how do I see something delayed?
So let me start. I assume you're talking about the Michigan State-Minnesota game on Peacock.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So
I got home last night.
Are you sure? And I know that no, it's okay. A lot of these streaming services they do have a button that says view from the beginning.
Right.
I don't know if Peacock
You're right. Yeah, football games are like that. It asks you if you want to start from the beginning and see a fast forward of highlights or start live. But last night when I turned the Michigan State game on Peacock, it immediately went to live, and there were no secondary buttons. There was nothing to push that said, do you want to start from the beginning?
I don't know if you would just hit rewind, if it would have gone back, because at some point I paused the game and you could go back, but I don't know if you just hit rewind to begin with, if you miss the first 10 minutes, if it just takes you back. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the reason why I'm calling is, when you have a lifestyle where you're always in and out with grandchildren, your chances of you being able to see any program live or remote. So we almost DVR everything.
Yeah.
And if they stream, like if you want to see the Red Wing game, but you're watching The Bachelor, and the Red Wing game's going on right now, my wife will go take a nap, and I'll turn the Red Wing game on and fast forward and go through it.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do that with streaming.
First of all, thank you for listening, Dale, and using our example. Yes, I love it. I don't know, man. I mean, like I said, I didn't notice it last night. I wasn't looking for it in terms of the ability to back up or start from the beginning. I have seen that button before, though. The button that says, would you like to watch from the very beginning? More streaming text coming in.
You get that through Amazon, I think, when you watch the football games.
Does it say that?
Definitely does that, and it gives you different options of what broadcast you want.
I'm going to have to start paying attention because I just thought it was with every broadcast you could start it from the beginning. Another one here. Why would you pay for that? I pay $70 a month for YouTube TV for so many more channels. That's from Mike in Grand Rapids. What isn't clear is whether or not this is going to be the only way you can access ESPN and Fox's sports broadcast.
And what it means if you already stream ESPN Plus and Disney Plus and you have that bundle, how does this affect that?
Here's a common one we've gotten, and I noticed this on social media, but I will read these as they came in. Logan and JD and an unnamed texter wrote, they're literally just making cable again. Here's another one. So sounds like they just reinvented cable. How far will this go? Next one, they reinvented cable. That's all they did.
They did for sports.
Yep. If you don't think this is going to affect you as a cable subscriber, you're naive. Okay, dude, don't get by insult. We don't know. This is all brand new. If you don't think this is going to affect you as a cable subscriber, you're naive. Cable is already losing programming, trying not to raise prices. This streaming is the reason. So cable is either going to drop these networks or be forced to raise your subscription for cable. That's the move down the road. All these sports-related contracts with leagues is now reaching. And then they said wrote the consum, and then it stopped. So I don't know what that was supposed to say, but maybe the solution is we just jailbreak everything. Maybe that's what we should do. Just pirate it all. No?
Pirate it?
Yeah. No?
I hope not.
The pirate people are so convinced that the rest of us are suckers. I don't know why you're paying for that. You know?
I don't I don't feel like I'm a sucker on that at all.
Yeah.
I'm fine with doing things legally.
I'm too much of a wuss. Like I still think, remember we talked yesterday how about we walked into the Pam Anderson party?
Right.
And we admitted it on the air.
Mm-hmm.
How proud I was of that boss moment. Just walked in like we belonged.
Right.
At the Super Bowl 10 years ago, whenever it was. I was like driving home going, they're going to send me a bill.
Good God.
I know.
You got to grow a pair, man.
I have no pair.
I have no pair. How about grow one? Can you grow one?
I could. I wish I could. Anyway, we'll see where this goes, but it doesn't feel like it's good. It might not be the worst. All right, so a few things here. Pistons back in action tonight at Sacramento. They had that big win over Oklahoma City a couple of weeks ago and have gone 0-3 since. But probably the bigger story is the trade deadline tomorrow. Amari Sankofa, the Free Press beat writer, writing about this stuff. The only possible guy to be dealt right now feels like Killian Hayes.
What?
Yeah. The Zach LaVine talk is dead. But
he elected to have surgery when he found out his name was going to get mentioned with going to the Pistons.
I guess Bojan as well. But
I was going to say, how is Bojan not?
The Pistons get mentioned a lot. I mean, the only player, I guess, from their young core. Is it a quick no to everybody else on their young core?
At first blush, it is. For me, it is. I mean, I just think that they haven't even scratched the surface of what Jaden Ivey can be. I think we're learning that Cade Cunningham could be great. I think Jalen Duren is another one that could be great. I think that the three of those three guys, I feel, are absolutely a core group. You just drafted Asar Thompson. I don't know how high his ceiling is, but I feel like that's a guy you're going to hang on to. I like Marcus Sasser.
Yeah,
but I don't think Sasser's ever going to be a guy who starts. But some of these guys are just, you need to have the depth. But can you say that they're untouchable? The problem is, any offer you're going to get for these players is not going to come with another player that you think is going to have that same upside. It's only going to come with draft picks. And the teams that are trading those draft picks are coming after the lottery. So why would I give up Jaden Ivey to some team that's going to give me their, first round pick for the next couple of years, and those first round picks are, lottery protected,
or the teams that aren't going to be in a lottery?
Right. It doesn't matter.
It's just so weird because they're so bad. The logical thing to think is, then why are we protecting the young core?
I know, I get it, and it's because it's tough. It's like these guys having a group of players seemingly with this kind of upside should be a really good thing, and we're not seeing it. We're not seeing it at all.
No.
And the guy they do have to trade is Bogdanović, and he's been exactly what he is. He's a dead-eye shooter. Give him the ball, let him shoot, and he'll score points. I don't need to see him dribble anymore.
Well, and
I think there's a turnover waiting to happen if he starts to dribble the basketball, but he can shoot flat out, and there's value to that. So you need to trade that. But I don't think if you move Ivy or Duren or Cade Cunningham that you're going to get a player in return that you feel like, oh, this is the guy we build around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if that player is any good, a team trading for them would want that player.
Like I saw something that said that the Lakers, if they were going to trade Austin Reeves, that they want a player in return, a young player in return that they think could be a future All-Star. What? Well, then what am I trading for?
Right.
You have that.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense.
So if someone calls up and makes an offer for Cade, it just is it a quick no?
No, No, you listen to it, but I mean, I think it's a quick no based on what they're going to offer you. Hey, we'll give you 2 first-round picks. We'll give you this guy we took in the first round last year, and none of that's going to be as good as Cade.
Jalen Duren.
Yeah,
Quick
again,
no.
it's probably a quick no, but you'd be foolish not to listen to offers for anybody because this team is pathetic. Right now, they're just not playing team basketball, which is why they're pathetic. They turn the ball over and they don't play defense.
Yep.
Like there are games they shoot spectacularly and they lose by 20 points.
Yep. And you're right. It's hard to find a match for any of those young players to move out. How do you get better and trade your future at the same time, even if the future looks bleak? Like, what do you think the even realistic market is for a Jaden Ivey?
Here's where the Pistons may have a chip, and that is to find another team that may not be as good, but if you offer up a first-round pick for their player that's really good,
because the
Pistons pick should have value. I mean, that Pistons first-round pick will have value.
It also
you would think for the next couple of years.
It would also probably be the first Piston pick that won the lottery.
Of course, and you have to accept that. Yeah. But if you wanted to trade for an established player, somebody that's in their mid-20s, that scores over 20 points a game, it's an all-star type player, but playing on a bad team, I think you do have a bargaining chip.
248-539-9797. Lions question to one of the beat writers. Interesting. I think our audience always reacts to. We will get to that today at 12:20. Plus your open line calls mixed in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Good to be with you on a Wednesday in Detroit. Wednesday before the Super Bowl, and it just feels different around here, doesn't it? We talked about it to open the show. Gator, you pointed out, we kind of prepared for this, but kind of had different angles on how things have changed here a little bit. One thing that's changed is the enthusiasm for the game. Look, it was part of the sports fans' lifestyle. It was the end of, and I'm talking about around Metro Detroit, end of season. We got together. We enjoyed, I think, the Super Bowl experience. We threw parties, squares, planned stuff. And what was never under consideration as a possibility was that we would be a participant. And in fact, we are still not a participant, but we came so damn close, so excruciatingly close, that our minds very realistically and understandably wandered into, oh my God, if we're going to the Super Bowl, I'm going to do A, B, C, and D, whatever that was. But what's happened, I think, in the wake of that is what we used to do is now wholly unfulfilling, And then I brought this up, and then you just said, I have no plans. It's the Wednesday before the Super Bowl, and you have no plans.
Yeah, don't know.
And that was never the case years ago.
No, it wasn't. I mean, before, I'd be like, hey, let me make a big batch of chili, take it to a party somewhere, or if I have people over, do that, or the infamous crab dip, share that with some people.
Yep.
Whatever the case is, I'm getting excited about it, right? We get excited at the end of the week and start talking about, hey, what's at the Super Bowl party? What's new in dips this year? What's the food du jour? We going with sliders? We going with sub sandwiches? We going wings? What are we going? What are we doing here?
Yep.
Now,
And I think there's a
peanut
lot.
Peanut butter
here.
and jelly's pretty good.
I said, the analogy I came up with is it's like you never were going to go to Disney, but you watched all the rides on YouTube, the point of view thing. And then somebody said, actually, I think you might be able to go to Disney this year. And you get all excited. You got your flight, you got your hotel room, and then the trip gets canceled. And now watching those YouTube point of view videos no longer thrills you. And, others said it's like, you're watching your ex-girlfriend get married that you didn't want to break up with.
Right.
Because the Niners are playing in this game. And I, maybe that's a weird analogy because we were never in a relationship with the Niners. But it feels like they are in our spot.
No, the relationship is the Super Bowl.
The relationship's a Super Bowl. You're right. And the
Super
Bowl
just decided, not you.
Yeah. The Super Bowl's dating somebody else now.
Yeah.
Or engaged to somebody else now. And it's hard to shift back into that old mode that we were in. And I'm stunned at how hard it is. I mean, you said you had no plans. I'm like, you know what? Neither do I. So here we sit.
You want to do something?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
If I watch. Of course I'm going to watch.
Right.
I have no belief in my commitment to not watch. But it's hard to shift back into where we used to be. And I think we were pretty comfortable.
I think Monday's show is going to be different.
Monday after the Super Bowl?
Yeah. I mean, typically we're like, hey, commercials and, points of the game.
And just talking about the game, yeah.
What player in that would you love to see here? What did you learn from that game that the Lions need to learn from? All this stuff, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Monday may just be another day. I don't think it's. I think we're going to ramp it up a little bit towards the end of the week.
I hope so. I mean, look,
there'll be
I want
more interest, but right now it's
to be honest,
it's hump day. We haven't gotten over that hump yet.
I want to enjoy it. Like I want to very authentically enjoy it and get back to that place that I once was. But that place that we once were, I don't know if it's forever gone. But man, it's tough to shift back into just go enjoy the game. It's hard to shift back to that, isn't it, Kang?
Do you guys think like Ravens fans is the same way as us right now? Like, I don't care about this game.
I don't know what it's like to be a normal football fan and not
But Ravens have been. I mean, Ravens have experienced this for a while where they expect it and they've won Super Bowls, and with this particular team, I think they're devastated because their world got just smashed when they lost to the Chiefs. They're no different than we are.
Well, that's what I'm asking you guys. I mean, they were the 1 seed, but they've been good. They've made the playoffs. They've won playoff games. Never got over the hump, obviously, didn't this year. But just wondering, other teams, are they, is this the normal experience for good teams? Or is this
right.
Are we going to get over this next year? Because of how we lost, hey, next year, we've been through it. We don't make it. We'll get back to a normal
Well, it's
routine.
funny because I don't think we could understand what we were missing out on because we hadn't experienced it. And so we were kind of blissful ignorance just watching this game and enjoying it for what it was. Ravens fans are probably close to that. But what about teams that have been there recently? Like how are Eagles fans? The Eagles fans shift back into I'm just going to enjoy the game mode? Or is this what every other fan base felt like and we had no idea until we came tantalizingly close? I don't know if anybody ever feels like we feel.
Well, I mean, nobody's had, obviously, the situation Lions fans have had. Nobody's had to deal with this kind of pain of going that long without winning. Nobody's had that.
Nope. I mean, Cleveland fans have had a weird, cruel reality in that their team left, went to Baltimore and won games. Gator's getting a spam call.
Hello.
Gator's going to take the spam call. And did I hear that one correct? That's not one you wanted to mess with?
I don't want to mess with that one,
Okay.
but it's also not one that it's not a scam.
No, all right.
No.
Now you feel bad, don't you?
Let's just say I support our law enforcement officials. I do.
We're not messing around with them.
Nope.
Not messing with them.
Not the one.
Anyway, so we try and shift back into the mode of just being a fan of the game, and I'm sure I'm going to suspect we will. But I feel like our community, collectively, we've kind of changed. I think it's hard to go back.
Maybe you just need to start planning for something. Maybe
yeah.
like, hey, let's get the cooler packed and maybe think what's going to be in that cooler to set in front of the TV so we don't have to keep going to the refrigerator. What do you guys want to eat on Sunday?
Right.
You can have a full house anytime you want. You got the whole family there. So,
okay, Gator.
Is it taco night?
Could be. So Fangraphs, which projects each player's season coming up in baseball, then takes all the projections, plugs them into a model, and projects the entire season, including a percentage chance that each team makes the playoffs. Not everybody has access to this. We do. I want you to think about what percent chance you think the Detroit Tigers have to make the playoffs using all their individual player projections bottled up, put into a formula compared to other teams, and then they use it to project your chance to make the playoffs. I want you to come up with a number for the Tigers, okay?
And a percentage of I think that they'll make the playoffs?
Yep. The percent chance to make the playoffs. This might be one of these 1,000 simulations. How many do they actually make it? Kind of 20,000 times. I'm sorry, they do it 20,000 times. We will get to that coming up today at 12:18. Then an interesting question asked of one of our Lion beat writers that his answer, I think people have great interest in. Gator, it's about, always a hot topic, uniforms.
Oh.
Get to that at 12:20. Hey, just a reminder, listen for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Usher, past, present, and future at Little Caesars Arena on September 12th of this year. You can win these tickets before you can buy them. They're not even on sale yet. But we're giving away a pair with a Carson Anderson quiz question today at 1:41. Stay tuned. If you're the first person with the correct answer to whatever that quiz question is, you'll win the pair of tickets to see Usher, past, present, future at LCA September 12th. If you don't win, still want to go, tickets go on sale Monday, February 12th at 10 a.m. at livenation.com or ticketmaster.com. Again, Carson Anderson quiz question, giving away a pair at 1:41 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Steve, you're on 97.1. Hi, Steve.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Steve.
Okay, look, I think the reason that the Detroit fan base doesn't feel like other fan bases is because when you have a consistently good team and you say wait till next year, there's a reasonable expectation that next year will be better. We're not used to this.
Nope.
You don't know for sure if this team is going to be consistently good yet. So that whole idea of wait till next year is more like, are we going to have the SOL again, or are we actually going to progress from where we are now? You see, we don't have that expectation. We have it as a worry.
You know, you're right. Our perspective is incredibly unique. There are 32 NFL towns, 32 NFL fan bases, and there's 31 that don't know what we've been through and don't know what it's like. And I mean, I guess everybody's ride is different. You know, I mean, I'm sure Philly's ride is different from Dallas's ride and all that. But in our unique way, and that's Brad Holmes, one of the messages that we didn't really focus on when we did all the Brad Holmes talk yesterday, Steve, was Brad Holmes really wanted to emphasize, forget history. I understand how Lions fans feel, but forget history. This is real. This is sustainable. We're going to be around for a while. And he's battling against, I mean, that's an argument against what's in the deep recesses of all of our minds, is what we just don't want to experience the same old with the Lions. I didn't use the 3 letters, but we don't want any of that anymore. And I think it's happened. I've found it easy to move beyond that, because when I watch games, I'm thinking they're going to win now and not lose. And that is, I think, just a very basic way to say that it's we're not looking for some rule interpretation that's going to take us down. But I'm getting sidetracked. Yes, our experience is unique, and it's probably harder for us to recover from this than maybe most fans.
Well, but I also think that Lions fans in the next week or so are going to start to get excited and start to think about, okay, we do have an upward trajectory here. This isn't a one and done thing. Nobody thinks it's one and done.
Yep.
Certainly the coaching staff doesn't. The general manager sure as hell doesn't. And if you believe in those guys and you believe in the players, then this isn't one and done. They're going to be making the playoffs. They've got a window here for a while. And I do believe we're going to be hopefully feeling like Philadelphia, because Philadelphia won a Super Bowl not that long ago. And Philadelphia they've competed for Super Bowls for my adult life.
Yep.
You know, I mean, when I was a kid, you know, they had the Jaworski team that competed and lost to the Raiders. So they've always been there. Sometimes it may take 10 years before you have another good team, but they had the Randall Cunningham teams. They've had
like a seasoned criminal.
Right.
10 years we could do that. That's easy time. 10 years.
They dealt with they had Carson Wentz, and he gets hurt, and they still win the Super Bowl. And then they get Jalen Hurts to get back to the Super Bowl, and so that didn't work out for him this year. Oh, I'm not crying for you.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter. But are the Lions now in that upper echelon of teams that are going to be competing here for the next few years? Do we get to feel like Green Bay has felt? When Green Bay was owning the division. Do we get to feel that?
God, I hope so.
I hope so.
It's possible.
Dallas is always pretty competitive, but they don't have playoff success recently. Now, of course, they did 30 years ago when they were winning Super Bowls, but after they won that last Super Bowl, they really haven't come close.
All right, Gator, I asked you before the break, what % chance do you think the Fangraphs has the Tigers of making the playoffs?
9%.
9%. It is more than that.
Oh, I like that.
Yep.
I'm just trying to figure out, did they have a chance to win the division? Based on the standings from last year, they finished 9 games behind the Twins. But have the Tigers improved themselves one year to the next? I think that they've improved the lineup a little bit here. And the pitching, you don't know because you haven't seen these guys healthy and ready to go. Is Casey Mize ready to go? And that's a big one, along with Matt Manning and Skubal, and let's see how these guys work together. What is Kenta Maeda going to be with this team in the rotation, and other players they have. But I think that they may have improved all of that. But I haven't looked closely enough at Minnesota yet to see what they've done in the offseason to this point. Are they projected to win more than 90 games this year. I don't know, but I would imagine the Tigers and Cleveland are along with Minnesota. Those three teams are probably similar, but Minnesota has the edge over those two teams.
Well, you're right about that. There's 5 games difference. Minnesota has projected 84.9 wins, so 85. The Guardians 80.1 wins, so 80, and Detroit 79 even. So that's a tight race in the Central. The percent chance of the Tigers making the playoffs, they put at 26.7%.
26.7% of making the playoffs?
Making the playoffs.
Wow. Now, I recognize there's 3 wild cards that you get.
Yep.
However, it seems like the wild cards always go to the East because the East is always so very competitive, and they got a bunch of teams that win 90 games.
Yep.
Last year, they had 2 teams win 90, and Toronto won 89, and they still made the playoffs. The Yankees did not with 82. So I still look at that division being a tough division. And then the West, I mean, Houston and Texas are playing great baseball, and so is Seattle for that matter. So it's a lot of competition for those wild card spots.
The 3 division winners would be the Yankees in the East, the Twins in the Central, and the Astros in the West. The 3 wild cards would be the Mariners with 86 wins, the Rays with 85 wins, and the Orioles with 85 wins.
It's a big drop-off for Baltimore.
And the Tigers at 79 wins. Again, five games out of the division, 5 games out of the wild card. I mean, that could be a damn interesting season. And I'm gladly going to a year 26.7%. It's amazing to me how much this Tiger season, the build up to the Tiger season, feels like the build up to the Red Wings season. It's not absurd to project a playoff bid, but going into this season, it felt like the Red Wings. Most people. Like they're on the outside looking in, but it's not absurd. They could make it. The Tigers on the outside looking in, but it's not absurd. They could make it.
No, it's not absurd. In baseball, anything can happen. Pitchers hurt their arms all the time, and that can happen to really good teams, and it could devastate them. It's interesting with these projections. You know, Baltimore won 101 games last year, and then the projection is they'll win 85.
Yep.
It's a massive difference. The Yankees finished 19 games out of first last year, and yet they're projected to finish first in the division.
Yeah, but with just 88 wins.
That seems strange.
It is according to Fangraphs.
Yeah, I mean it's an algorithm that figures this out. So.
If the teams, I mean, the East last year dominated, but if they could beat up on each other and keep their win totals down. So,
well, you feel like that's going to happen every year, and they don't. Or the East, if they all beat up on each other, it's 500 record in the division,
and then they beat the crap out of everybody else. Yeah. Well, anyway, it's intriguing. Feedback coming in. Pedro in Memphis says 74.7% chance the Tigers win their division.
That's
make
high.
the playoffs. Yep.
It's a high percentage.
Tigers have a 19.3% chance of making the division. Unnamed texter. Sean says, I said the Tigers have a 42.7% chance of making the playoffs this year. Trevor and Davidson says 43%. Unnamed texter says can't be more than 25%. Well, it is, according to Fangraphs, 26.7%. So take it for what it's worth. Chance of winning the division, 17.1. Chance of winning the World Series, Gator.
That's got to be less than 5.
Significantly.
2%.
Less than that.
1%.
Less than that.
0.4%.
0.8.
Wow.
Yep. 0.8%.
Big value in that.
There is. It's
like 100 to 1 odds or something.
They might get your dollar. They might get your dollar.
They might get my dollar, yeah.
All right. We've kind of run out of time. Let's get to this reporting on new Detroit uniforms. New Detroit uniforms are always a hot topic in this medium, talk radio. Well, you can't see them. People love hearing about uniforms. We will get to that today at 12:30 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Gator, I saw something on social media over the weekend about NFL teams eligible for new uniforms. I searched for it during the break, and I can't find it, but the Lions were on the list. And then I was reading a Q&A with Detroit News beat writer Justin Rogers, where he took questions from readers. And one of the readers asked, "What's up with the new uniforms? Are they for sure happening? And when should we expect an announcement?" And Justin Rogers replied, "Everything I've been told is that new uniforms are still in the cards this offseason. Previously, those reveals have occurred in June, but it wouldn't be surprising to see the team utilize the draft being in town this April as an opportunity to launch their new look."
That would seem to be appropriate.
So what is your first thought on what you would like to see? Are you in favor of new uniforms?
I'm in favor of seeing more of that helmet that they introduced this year. The one with the lines running through the lion.
Mm-hmm.
The racing stripes going through the lion. That new dark the blue helmet.
The blue helmet, yeah.
I love it.
Yep.
I love that helmet. And I'd love to see it with other kind of combinations of uniforms. So I'm all about that. As far as what you do to it, I don't know. I'm Lions fan, so I'm used to the color scheme. I don't think you need to change the color scheme. Do you introduce black into the mix?
I mean, they've done it before, and I think it went over with a kind of a fizzled out.
I don't think the team sucked, so I don't think
it
that
never helps because you start associating those uniforms with losing.
So I don't know what else you. I mean, I love that old school Lion logo.
Yeah,
I do love it. So can't get enough of that.
It's funny when that logo was revealed that they had the alternate helmet, which they were, again, there's eligibility issues. You can't just decide, hey, we're doing this now. The NFL, of course, has protocols, and I'm going to guess here that the NFL finds a way to make money off it all.
What?
Yep. The reality is I loved that helmet so much. And when it first got released, we tweeted it out. And I mean, I would say 4 out of 5 people loved it.
That's 80%.
And the 5th really hated it. But I think I felt like that was one of the most well-received, significant changes that I've ever seen a fan base react to.
Yeah, I mean,
but it wasn't for everybody. And I think that goes to prove it's impossible to do one that's for everybody.
I'm looking at the helmet we have in studio, which is the normal Lions logo that they updated 10 years ago, whatever. You get the fang and the angry eye or whatever.
It's on the stream behind me.
I think it's a good-looking logo. I have no problem with that logo. So I don't know how you make it better.
Well, the one thing they did with that...
What are you going to change with the uniform itself? I mean, I'm always thinking helmet, and yet it's probably uniform that changes. Helmets they've got, that they're fine. So how do you change the uniform to make the uniform better?
Well, I mean, essentially our entire lives, the Lions helmet has been some incarnation of that leaping lion. And the most... I mean, other than the throwbacks, which I loved the throwbacks, the simplicity, I felt like if they had never changed those, they would have been kind of had that silver version of a Notre Dame uniform, very plain, shiny gold helmet, the shiny silver. I guess, unfortunately, the biggest difference was Notre Dame's are so revered because of all the winning they do in said uniforms, and the Lions don't have that. But then the other thing is, now that they're winning, would anybody be against a uniform change? Just say, hey, leave it the way it was. Because the one thing, they were very good in the monochromatic uniforms this year. If they wore all blue or all white or all gray, I can't remember what the record was, but I know it was really good when they had the same color pants as jerseys. Now, do I believe that these things have anything to do with the winning and the losing? I do not. But I know that some people do.
You don't believe in look good, play good, feel good, play good?
Oh, I do believe in that, but I don't think there's anything special. I don't think the uniform combinations have magic powers.
No, I don't think anyone. It's not the, hey, all we have to do is change the uniforms and start playing better.
We did get those calls over the course
I
of
know,
the last
I know.
30 years.
We've gotten, I think, every call in the last 30 years because they were so bad for so long, Doug.
Yes.
We'll do anything, right?
Yes.
But they're going to change uniforms because they're going to sell more jerseys. Isn't that like the case here? It's going to happen, right?
Yes. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's merch.
Yep.
It's merch.
New
and the
merch.
reason you can't, I always assume the reason you can't change uniforms anytime you want is because they don't want to be stuck with crates full of the old jerseys that they can't sell. Because although throwbacks do well, you don't want to have thousands upon thousands of jerseys that are out of date. I mean, and an example of that is when the NBA added corporate logos to the jerseys. I'm like, nobody's going to buy these things. And I was told it was the exact opposite. People want the authentic. And if that includes a Citibank logo on the jersey, then so be it. Why it chose Citibank, I don't know. But whatever it might be, people want the authentic jersey. And so I'm a huge fan of that blue helmet. Should they create the new uniform around the blue helmet?
It'll probably be more with the jersey change and the pants, adding a stripe, not adding a stripe. None, the three of us aren't in fashion. So, there's things subtle stuff that they can change that will make a big difference that we don't even think about. And they're going to do it, like I said, to sell new merch. But, it's all associated with whether the team is winning or losing. We don't like jerseys because that era sucked. We do like those jerseys because that era was good and they won championships, right? Isn't that how it works?
Yeah, I don't know how what do you do to the jersey itself? Is this something with the stripes on the upper arm below the shoulder pad?
They do,
something
there's
like
a million
that?
different things you could do.
Do you put a lion's tail down the back? I mean, I don't know what you do.
Do you mix in a third color?
I bet you black is in play.
I would feel like black is
Black seems like it's always in play.
Yep. I think a lot of times, though, when teams go more modern, it feels to me like if you're trying to be modern, it's a swing and a miss. If you simplify, they can have a more clean look and be more well accepted.
Well, the thing about that great blue helmet, put that with a black jersey, I think it looks great.
Do you?
Yeah.
I will say, and I called for this for years, and then Michigan State did it. I always thought a white helmet for the Spartans would look great. What about a white Lions helmet? Because that's something we've never seen before.
I don't think I hate it. I mean, I like the helmet idea. I don't know what jersey it goes with. I'm not sure if I even care what jersey it goes with because the white helmet looks cool.
Yep.
An albino lion?
Yeah, something like that. Again, we're reacting to this because of just a Q&A in today's Detroit News with a beat writer there, Justin Rogers. Somebody asked about the new uniforms, and he speculated that, he's hearing that's new uniforms are in the cards for this offseason, and don't be surprised if they are unveiled during the draft. It would be a prime opportunity, which, by the way, I feel like these decisions take so much. Like you have to contract. I don't know if it's the NFL that has somebody that designs the uniforms for them, or you go independent and you hire your own outsider, but then they have to get submitted to the NFL, approved, chosen by the team. With the draft in April, I'm going to guess, wouldn't it make sense? Wouldn't it be logical that they've already got a uniform or two in-house that
100%.
they're just finalizing that decision?
Yeah, I would imagine they have to have it. It's not like, now we got to work on it. They've got it. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Well, the thing we need to do is to flush it out.
To us?
Yeah, what is it? What do you got? What is it? Badger them until they tell us. Until they release it.
Well, and there's
via
always
X.
It seems like there's oftentimes when teams are unveiling new uniforms, there's a leak.
Mm-hmm.
You know, something gets out on the internet, and everyone, are these the new uniforms? Are these the new uniforms? So something to keep your eye out.
A little trial balloon.
248-539-9797. You want to tell us what you want to see in a potential for a new Detroit Lion uniform. Interesting contract signed in a league. Would we want a similar deal here in Detroit? I'll explain today at 12:56. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. Just a reminder, we're giving away tickets to Usher with a Carson Anderson quiz question today at 1:41. Hopefully you've been listening, and the first one with the correct answer win a pair of tickets to see the Usher show. Past, present, future at LCA, September 12th. Tickets go on sale Monday, February 12th at 10 a.m. at livenation.com or ticketmaster.com. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, February is the month for love and chocolates, and Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has sweet deals you're all going to love. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado or the award-winning Equinox arriving daily. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is showing their love for the community with their quarterly blood drive. That's coming up on Friday, March 1st. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Do what I did. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. That's SAYSERRA.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Hump Day, Super Bowl week, and collectively we don't give an F. But we did bring up the story in the reporting today in the Detroit News and Justin Rogers Q&A about the potential for new Lions uniforms, which people always seem to have reactions to and ideas about and suggestions. And I don't know, there's an emotional attachment, I think, to what our teams wear. And you got uniforms that should never be touched and rarely do get touched, like the Old English D, the Tigers traditional look that's so classic, that is beloved. The Red Wings, winged wheel. It's just an awesome, awesome logo. And then it seems like the Pistons will wear just about anything these days. And then there's the Lions. The Lions who are eligible for and apparently will at some point. All signs point to them unveiling a new uniform. Now, last year they were eligible for a third alternate helmet, or second alternate helmet, I guess it is. And what they unveiled was pretty well liked. Pretty well liked. With the 2 racing stripes and the lion crawling through it. The lion that looked like it was classic vintage late 50s, early 60s.
Sleek lion.
Yeah, it's a cool look. And I would say that 4 out of 5 people loved it. And the 5th person was wrong. No, I mean, look, these are all individual decisions. But
you had it there.
Did I?
Yeah.
Feedback coming in. As much as I like the color, silver and blue or light blue, every time I see a fan with a Lions jersey on, I just shake my head in disbelief. Why would you wear a Detroit Lion uniform? Since I was 14, I've always connected Honolulu blue and silver with losing. I don't think that's going to change, too. Did this season help? I mean, the crazy thing is you could change the uniform into something that is beloved. Like that in the offseason you see and everyone goes, oh my God, that's awesome. And then they take the field and bomb in them and the uniform will get blamed.
Well, the Chargers had a bunch of success with wearing the best uniforms of football.
The light blue and gold? No.
The white
helmet. It is a great look.
It's a great look, and they haven't had any success
flop
with it.
Over and over. Mikey in a car writes in, bring back the circus letters in the end zone.
I didn't like the circus letters.
Didn't you?
No, I like the new more modern letters they have. But everybody will have their own opinion.
Sure.
That guy likes the circus letters. I didn't like the circus.
I don't think you'd go to war over it.
No, I wouldn't. But it's again, isn't this one of the subtle changes that have happened since William Clay Ford Sr. died? Is that they colored the end zone, which was a big step,
right?
And then they have the new Lions script in there too.
Nick in Scranton, Pennsylvania, bring back the black jerseys. I mean, I think it can look good. It's just those jerseys
have to win.
Are very reminiscent of a bad era, but so is almost everything. I hope they don't bring back the black jerseys. Looked cool, but reminded me of the dark Joey Harrington era.
What about a black helmet?
Yeah, I'd go white before I'd go black, but I feel like black is always kind of a vogue thing to do. I'm talking about uniforms here.
I didn't say anything.
You gave me a look.
I didn't give you a look. I was looking back across to see if Kang was looking at me.
We'll go with a white helmet before I went with a black helmet personally, but
I think a black helmet looked pretty cool. It's just because you've never seen it.
No,
we never even come close to seeing it. No,
have we seen a white one?
No, but I think I can envision the white one before I can envision the black helmet. Black
Joe
helmet would look really cool.
Joe in Lincoln Park, I think they should go a modern version of the 90s jersey with the block number font, kind of like Tampa did when Brady was there. You know, there was an era of Lions uniforms that even though they were never great in them, and I think it was 90s, or I just thought it was a really clean look. Really liked it. As much as you can like what shirt a team is wearing, because there's no bearing on the outcome of games. But the Lions uniform is iconic to Detroit. Other than the new Mustang logo blue tri-bar helmet, do not change a thing. That's from Rob and Linden. It's hard to hang on to a uniform that you've seen so little winning in.
Right.
I mean, Rob, I get where you're coming from. I think it is iconic to Detroit. And if they didn't change their uniforms, I wouldn't feel like there's an opportunity missed. I do like having the alternate helmet. But I don't think teams pass on this chance to rebrand and sell more merch, right? Doesn't seem to happen very often. Andy writes in, maybe the material used to make the new uniforms will have real bits of lion.
Well, that would be something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need that.
Gator, you don't want the mane on the helmet, Gator?
The actual mane?
Yeah. Doesn't have to be from a real lion, just, like hopefully. I actually prefer it not to be from a real lion. Just,
thank you.
Some fake faux fur.
No faux fur.
Scott writes in, the Bengals, the Patriots, and Broncos all saw their teams improve when they changed uniforms.
Yeah, the Broncos ended up winning the Super Bowl.
Another one
2
here.
of them.
No black. Millen added black. No black. Block numbers would be on my wish list.
I'm looking at the helmet that I love, the blue helmet with the sleek line across the 2 racing stripes.
Yep.
If you turn the blue in the helmet, not in the logo, but the blue in the helmet, if you turn that to black,
yep,
I think that'd be a killer look. And it'd be a glossy black. Be really cool.
248-539-9797. Joe, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Joe.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you? I'm going to take down Bluetooth just a second.
Okay.
Okay, now we're off. So, I'm going to agree with that texter that texted in about the going back to the black. Forget it.
Yeah.
Too many bad memories of that.
Yeah.
So let's keep this. Make maybe a subtle change. Maybe the tint on the blue or the gray, but stay with the blue, white, and gray unis, and use the blue helmet. Use that more. Maybe you put a blue cage on that instead of using the gray. And a good judge, in my opinion, of color combinations is look at the University of Kentucky. Very similar colorway to the Lions and their variations on uniforms.
Interesting. I haven't thought about that parallel, but yeah, I'll go take a look. But you like the new helmet, the alternate helmet they debuted this year.
Absolutely, and I don't think that you need to put I think if the Lions do anything with black, it's going to bring back those memories of the ineptitude of Millen, Morningweg, and Schwartz is going to come rolling back to back. And I don't think fans are, in my opinion, going to want that.
I think you're probably right. And it does trigger memories of that era, which was so bad. I mean,
aren't we far enough past that?
I mean, we should be, but
I mean, come on. The Joey Harrington area. I mean, we're past that.
Yeah, one might think. Do you think the players have any say? I think the players have some say, don't you?
I think Amon-Ra St. Brown earlier this year, or 2023 earlier in the year, kind of teased that the Lions' new uniforms are coming. They get excited about stuff like this. I think if you ask the majority of them, Doug, I think they want new stuff. They like that.
They're still young. Yeah. I mean, the college players love the alternate jerseys they get to wear, of course.
Well, it does seem like that is a good point, and they are used oftentimes to recruit, and many of them, are in retrospect. You look back at some of the alternate jerseys, and you go, "What the hell was that?" But hey, in the moment, and they're not meant to appeal to every generation of person either, are they?
No, they're not. No, they're not meant to appeal to people that raise their fist up the clouds.
No, but to be clear here, none of us are in favor of any significant color change. The black being the only thing. Like, we're not wanting to go back to the Portsmouth
silver,
Reds.
blue, white, black. That's it.
Yeah.
Like I'm not looking to go to an actual, like brown color because the Lions mane is brown or a golden brown. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't need that.
And then there's subtle changes. Like, you remember the Broncos used to be more of like a bright blue, and then they went to a navy blue?
Yes.
Do you want the blue changed much?
No. I mean, Honolulu blue that's synonymous with the Lions.
Yeah.
And I think it's a Ford family thing.
Yeah, I guess it'd be pretty unlikely they would touch that.
Yeah, but was the blue Bronco thing synonymous for Denver fans? I know orange is, their main color, but I feel like nothing's off the table anymore. I think tradition there's very, very few traditional sports logos and things that you don't touch. I think almost everything else is, people will be fine.
Yeah,
we'll move on,
Tradition has been replaced by profitability. Juan, you're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Juan?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, so I haven't been around as a Lions fan as long as I've only been a Lions fan for 15 years, 35. I get that, like the caller before, doesn't like the black unis, brings back bad memories. Cool, I get it. But can we just accept the fact that, like, the old school Lions helmet that we had this year with some black unis and that same color blue stripe going down would look awesome, and 2, we could have the coolest looking uniforms in the entire league. I don't think we should let a team that is not our team now be the dictator of how we could look going into the future.
Well, forward thinking by you.
Putting the stripes down the side, that could be pretty cool. From the jersey and
awesome.
even into the pants, the stripes you see on the helmet,
Under the arms down, all the way down. That will feel very. That almost feel like USFL-y, but whatever. There's some cool uniforms.
Are they known for bad uniforms in the USFL?
No, they're known for some pretty good ones. All right, Gator. Saw a headline, and we want to apply it to Detroit. The headline was Jose Altuve will be an Astro for life. He signed a contract extension with the Astros that will pay him $125 million over the last 5 years of his current contract into his age 39 season. It is considered a contract that will make him an Astro for life. Our question, and we'll take 10 texts right now.
Oh.
At 248-539-9797, who is the current Detroit athlete that you would be okay with them getting a contract for life, the remainder of their professional career? Now, we are including people that haven't always been Detroit athletes. They are current Detroit athletes, but you would be cool with them being a Detroiter for life. What's the number one name in Detroit sports you would like to see sign a contract like this? And the intricacies of a salary cap league, we won't even bother going. We're just, in theory, what Detroit athlete would you like to see that headline be? Blank, Detroit for life. Yes, please do that.
Sweet mercy.
So we know who to credit. First 10 texts. Kate, I want you to write down a name. Kang, I want you to write down a name. We'll see if any, then we'll cross-reference the 10 texts versus what we have.
See what you're doing.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
It's National Signing Day in college football, which used to be the official culmination of the recruiting cycle, but has been rendered borderline irrelevant thanks to the advent of the early signing period. Michigan State has signed a receiver and edge rusher, both 3 stars, and expected to add a 3-star kicker and 3-star O-lineman before the day is out. Spartans lost a recruit today, too. 3-star Portage Northern linebacker Jaden Walker, who had been verbally committed to State since September. He flipped to Big Ten foe. That's still weird to say, USC today. No news for Michigan this National Signing Day. The Wolverines signed all 27 players in their 2024 class during the early signing period. 24/7 Sports ranks U of M's class 16th nationally, the Spartans 43rd. Pistons kick off a 5-game West Coast road trip tonight in Sacramento. Right here on 97.1, pregame coverage starting at 9:35. And Michigan basketball hosts number 11 Wisconsin tonight from Chrysler. Wolverines are tail spinning, losers of 5 straight and 10 of 11. Hear the game on WWJ. Pre-game coverage starts there at 6:30. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 10 texts. 10 texts. We're looking for the Detroit player, any sport you would like to see ink a contract for life. That with the headline that Jose Altuve will be an Astro for life, signing a 5-year, $125 million extension that will carry him through his age 39 season. And so we said we'd do the 10 text thing, and we'd write down a name. Did you write down a name?
I didn't write it down, but I have it.
Okay. Kang, did you write down a name?
I did the same as Gator.
Okay, all right. If you hear the name, I'd like you to ring the bell.
Okay, I have a bell. Kang, do you have a bell?
Yeah, I'm going to say ding.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
You can say ding, too, if you want.
Well, why? When I can do this?
Oh, show off.
Yeah, because we only have one bell.
Well, you can nod, and I'll do it for you.
Okay.
I'd prefer to say ding. I'm going to say ding. Are you ready?
All right. No, it's cool. It's a little homage to Carl Weathers, the end of Rocky 3.
Did he say ding?
Ding.
Oh, really?
When he and Rocky got to fight one last time.
Okay. All right, here we go. From Owen in a truck, Penny Sewell. Ding.
Ding. Really? Did that just happen?
I had another one, but I'm like, no, it's Penny Sewell. As soon as I heard him, like, that's it.
Did we just become best friends?
All 3 of us.
Oh, we're done. One text. One text.
We need one
We
text.
need one text. Please sign your text.
Owen, congratulations. That wasn't the only answer that came in. It's just funny that is the first answer that came in.
I wonder, okay, now if you erase your minds,
all right,
and come up with another player.
What?
Well, we all come in the same one. When there's another one. You got a second one, Kang?
No. That's why I don't want to come up with another.
Because I have a second name, though. I was torn between the two.
I was pretty locked in, Gator.
All right, I wrote one down. Another one.
Okay.
All right.
So Kang's out.
I only want one guy.
Yep. Next one, unnamed texter, Dylan Larkin. Todd in a car. Amon-Ra St. Brown, easily.
Wide receiver for life, huh?
Jacob in Westland. Patrick Kane, easily.
His career may not be that much longer, but okay.
Cam and Flint. Aiden Hutchinson.
It's a solid call.
Jeremiah in Linden. Riley Green. Ding.
That's you. No, I'm sorry. I was doing the ding for you. No, that's not me.
Oh, okay. I associate the actual bell with your.
Sorry.
Yep.
I was doing it for you.
Scott and Clyde. Mo Sider.
That's
you.
me.
Yeah.
I was torn between Mo Sider and Penny Sewell.
This one, I'll read it as written. Gibbs, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
I assume he means Jahmyr Gibbs. Is there any
I
other
would-
Gibbs?
no, I
Is
think
there any
that's- I
other
think that's the
Gibbs?
one.
Marshall in a truck writes in Sam Laporta.
Okay.
Chad in Midland says Spencer Torkelson.
Love that.
So, I mean, look, these are part of my thinking, man, was
I know what you're going to say. Go ahead.
Colt Keith. And the reason was that means it's already been a wild success and that they got on board early. But that's assuming he's worth it. We don't even know that he's worth it.
Part of my reasoning for going with Penei Sewell and also with Mo Sider is that I feel like both of those guys, they play positions where the upside is they can have a 15-year career or more with this team. So we've only scratched the surface of what we can see from them. Whereas like a wide receiver with Amon-Ra St. Brown, I hope he retires a Lion, but I don't know how long his career is going to be. You know, how long into his 30s it's going to last. But Penei Sewell, because he's a tackle, I mean, he could play until he's late 30s, even to 40 if he were to so choose. And Mo Sider, a defenseman in the NHL, I mean, we saw Chris Chelios play until last week. So
yeah, right. 248-539-9797. Brian, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hello.
Hey, Brian.
So my pick now, and I've always liked this player even before he was with Detroit, and I think he's arguably the hardest working player on the field for the Lions. And after his letter, I have to pick Alex Anzalone. I'd like to see him, get a lifetime contract with Detroit. He's a staple for that defense. He's phenomenal.
It's funny because that letter, when I read it on the air earlier, and did you read it on your own or did you just hear us read it?
I heard you guys read it, and then I took the time to read it on myself.
It's I don't know that you could pen anything better for a Detroit fan to go listen, to go read. Like it
was phenomenal.
It's really, really good. And I think it gets across. I think he does a great job. If people missed it, it's on the Players Tribune, which is a forum where players get to basically write their own stories. And Alex Anzalone and the Lions wrote one kind of really provided insight into how he feels, what this was like to lose this game, and what's going to drive them moving forward. And it's really good. I think he did a great job getting that across. I don't know that there is a player, Brian, in Detroit that has endeared himself more, went from being nobody really, I guess Goff would be in that category too, but a player that nobody really thought would be the anchor for the team moving forward, and turns into he's exactly that.
He's phenomenal. He puts that defense on his shoulders. He's a monster out there.
Yep. So good call.
I'm not upset with it.
Yeah.
It's that letter. I mean, look, the way he's played, and maybe it's because I had, the lower expectations when he came here, but he's earned the extension to the contract, and now he is clearly a leader on that defense. And he leads by example. He leads with his words too. I couldn't be more impressed with Alex Anzalone than I am right now.
And remember when he signed that contract, once he was here, he signed a 3-year, $18.3 million contract. And the response was, I like Alex Anzalone, right, but is he really worth it? And now it's like, yes, he's worth it.
And there's intangibles that go with it.
Yep. So that is definitely something that that's played out well for Brad Holmes. Their commitment to Alex Anzalone, their belief in him, just like the commitment and the belief in Jared Goff has paid off for them.
Everyone's all the ticket texts that have come in and the call with Anzalone. These guys are great players that we love, right? Yep. Right now, currently. The reason I was so stuck on Penei Sewell, Gator, and not anybody else, he's the only one I could realistically see myself saying never playing for another team. I think when it's all said and done, this may be really bold, I think he might be the greatest Detroit Lion to ever put on a uniform when his career is all said and done. I know that includes Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson and all the old
I'm
greats.
just thinking the lineman. If he is...
He's like Anthony Munoz to me. I know that's
he might be, no, I know. It's huge. But he's playing right tackle, and he's already perhaps the best right tackle in football. And we know that
he's 23
he's probably
years
going to be
old.
even better at left tackle when move on from Taylor Decker at some point, or Taylor Decker retires, or whatever the case is. He'll switch over to the other side at some point, and it'll be like maybe even before he's 30.
He's only 23 years old. He's that good right now. And he's a type of player like Joe Thomas, where you just this guy never leaves. He's not leaving our organization. He's going to be great the entire time. It's not one of those, because everyone else that everyone's named, I can see them kind of finishing their career maybe a year or two somewhere else and then coming back. But Penei Sewell, don't let him leave.
Huh. Pistons have made a trade.
We got a whoa, or is it a huh?
I said, huh. We'll get to that today at 1:16 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, I mentioned before the break, the Pistons have just swung a trade that was earned a, Hey. They have traded Kevin Knox a second rounder and the rights to Gabriel Procida, who is a player they got in a trade with Portland of second-round picks last draft, I believe it was.
And the second-round pick, is that a Washington Wizards pick or something?
I don't know which second-round pick.
I don't know if it matters.
But Kevin Knox, a second-rounder, and the rights to Gabriel Procida to Utah for Simone Fontecchio. So this is interesting. They traded Gabriel Procida, who is a Italian, 21-year-old, 6'7" NBA prospect, for Simone Fontecchio, who is an Italian, 6'7" NBA player. Fontecchio has improved his, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, who broke the story, by the way, give him credit. He's raised his three-point percentage from 33% to 39.1% this season for the Jazz, where he started 34 games. But he is on an expiring contract. Omari Sankofa says it's more than the expiring contract. The Pistons view him as a great fit with their core and part of the future, per a source. So this isn't about Omari Sankofa, who covers the team for the Detroit Free Press, reporting this isn't about an expiring contract. They could see Fontecchio being part of the future. So I think that is a sincere, It's definitely not a whoa.
It's not a whoa. It's not a whoa at all. But it's a guy with some size who can apparently shoot three-pointers.
Now, is this a precursor that Fontecchio will get some of the three-point volume that
Knox was having?
No, that Bojan Bogdanović was having. That they're getting ready to trade him, and Fontecchio will be the immediate step in and take those three-point shots.
Well, Bojan was taking over 7 a game. And if you look at Kevin Knox was taking 3 a game. So between the two of them, that's 10 a game.
They expect Fontecchio to put up 10 a game.
Well, we'll see what they get. I mean, Bojan's that's the trade you want to hear about, right?
Now
you want to know what they get from him. For him, is Killian Hayes thrown into the deal somewhere?
Right.
You know, is that even a sweetener in a deal? I don't know, but they've got 24 hours or whatever it is to make something happen with Bojan.
Well, apparently they're according to some reports, Gator, they're not in rush to move him. I mean, yeah, they do have 24 hours for this year, but if they don't, they might wait till the off season. So,
how long is he here for? Honestly, what's this guy's contract?
I think
he's been here forever.
The obvious now is we combine a topic we were just doing it with this. Should the Pistons sign Simone Fontecchio for life? 248-539-9797.
Troy Weaver's on an Italian kick, man. Another Italian player.
Trade one, get one.
Yeah. Huh. All right.
We still got Gallinari.
Right, yeah, that's true. Does that mean Gallinari gets more playing time?
Hey.
He was like 0 for 5 his last game. I hope not.
We could be a problem in the EuroLeague. We could be a problem.
Yeah, what is he doing?
I don't know.
Well, then Killian Hayes is staying then.
Yeah, probably.
French.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to John in Chicago. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, John?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope I don't get cut off this time. I just wanted to say, this is the first time I'm listening to Detroit radio. I respect all of you guys. But what's up with this pity party in Detroit right now, guys? I've been hearing about we deserve to go to the Super Bowl. Nobody deserves anything. You got
I
to
don't
the
think
NFC
hold on.
Championship.
Oh, John, I don't think anybody's used the word deserve.
You have.
Not one
you
time.
Have. 15 minutes ago, the radio DJ said we deserve to be there. When I'm going to be watching
Did
the
you say
Super Bowl
deserve?
and playing the Niners, we deserve to be there. You
No,
had a great
I think what we
year.
said is we can look at this and it's a woulda, coulda, shoulda situation.
Yeah,
They lost the game because they lost the
Don't
game.
fixate on the word because it isn't really the topic, and it's not really that important.
You had a great year. Don't get me wrong. You guys broke records, great records. You should hold your head up high, but First time listening to Detroit radio, and it's feeling like a
Hold on. How is that possible? You said you got cut off before. Are you
I
sure
did.
this is the first time?
I probably hung up on it.
No, I did, and then I called 8 times, and there was a one ring. There was a one ring because he said I told him I started off by saying I'm a Bears fan, and he said we'll pass it through. Don't worry about it. We'll pass it
I'm
through.
just curious. Out of you,
obviously not your first time.
Right. I'm just curious from Bears fan here. What do you want the Bears to do with Justin Fields?
I've said this to my friends numerous times. I think Detroit is one pass rusher away from beating Justin Fields twice a year and having his name and his in your mouth, going on. I think we should go with Caleb Williams. I've seen enough. 10-28. He is not it. If you can get a second-round pick for him, which I think is absolutely egregious, I think he's worth a third-round pick at most. But you got to move on. I think there's enough on film going into year 4 to say that Justin Fields cannot beat the Georgia.
Okay, thanks. I was just curious. So he's not.
He's moving on.
Yeah, he's not a Justin Fields guy.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not surprised and not even remotely concerned that a Chicago fan has no idea what it feels like to be a Lions fan.
Right.
I mean, like, you haven't walked in our shoes. You have no idea what it's been like the last 30 to 50 years and experiencing one playoff win.
Yeah, almost 70 years.
He can have no.
No, but in fairness, I mean, the Bears had the great team that won the Super Bowl. The 85 Bears were great.
Yep.
And then they had the one other team that flared up and lost to
The Rex
the Colts.
Grossman Bears.
Yeah, that lost to the Colts. And then they've sucked as well. So,
but they've won playoff games.
Not many.
Well, compared to us?
Well, compared to us, of course, because I need to look back and see how many they actually have won, but they had the run in 85.
Mm-hmm.
And they were good just before and just after that. But then things kind of broke apart with that team.
So between our playoff wins, they've won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 playoff games. Now it's been a minute. It's been
because they had
the last one came in 2010, but that's 5. And so at the end of the day, I don't expect, nor do I care if another fan base doesn't understand what it's like. No, they don't. This is our ride. These are our scars. Oh. This has been our drought.
What is funny about the Bears,
you don't get it,
is the Bears have not had a quarterback ever.
It's pretty amazing.
I mean, they've had a season or two, but beyond that, they just have not had a quarterback. And here they had Justin Fields, and now I don't know if it's the majority of Bears fans want to move on because they see the bright, shiny thing, which could be Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels or whomever.
Right.
Well, we'll see what the Bears decide.
I'm amazed you didn't cut him off earlier in that. It seemed like the kind of guy you
I
would
wanted to ask him of course, 100%.
That you would cut off quickly.
But I wanted the Bears fans' perspective of what they feel about Justin Fields.
What a weird thing to also kind of lie about. You guys cut me off last time. It's my first time listening to Detroit radio. Then what the hell are you talking about last time?
Right.
Like, why even fabricate that? Right? There's no, what's the upside?
I don't know.
No, you don't know what it's like. Nor do I expect that to be the case. Just a reminder, the big game is Sunday on 97.1. The ticket coverage begins at 4 o'clock, presented by Solo Stove. Feel the heat of the world's most popular smokeless fire pit. SoloStove.com. Trader Troy. Trader Troy made a deal. If you're just joining us, Kevin Knox, a second rounder, and Gabrielle Procida, the rights to Gabrielle Procida, who is an Italian 21-year-old that the Pistons acquired in a draft night trade in 2023 with the Portland Trailblazers. And in return, they get a 27-year-old Simone Fontecchio, who is a bit of a three-point shooter, 6'8" tall, but it doesn't look like he's made a real impact in Utah. But according to Omari Sankofa, the Pistons see him as part of the future. I feel like this is a precursor to another deal. This feels like a player like Fontecchio is brought in to take somebody's minutes. And my guess is it's Bojan, but it doesn't seem to be a lot of smoke around Bojan Bogdanovic.
He's taking Kevin Knox's minutes, man.
I guess who they gave up in this deal.
Well,
but
it's going to be a different looking roster.
All those Knox jerseys. Man. Yep. 248-539-9797. This was Knox's second stint.
Yeah.
He's getting 18 minutes a game.
Dude, he's playing because the team is so bad. No,
what?
With all due respect to Kevin Knox.
Right.
Like, he shouldn't be playing as much as he is.
Yeah.
So, at worst, guys, there's more upside here. Kevin Knox, he is who he is at this point in his career. I don't think it's going to turn around for him. Although Simone Fontecchio, or Fontecchio, whichever way you say it, is older.
Yep.
At 28. It's his only second year in the NBA. Yeah. And he can shoot the ball. He's got good form. Maybe he gets more shots and more opportunity here, and he didn't get that much. Although I think he was a starter with the Jazz, he just didn't play as much.
He started 34 games this year, averaged 23 minutes a game, and he shot 39% from three-point land. The year before, 33% for three-point land with only just under 15 minutes a game. So
he needs more time on the court.
James Edwards just tweeted out, Simone is 28. They'll re-sign him and won't cost a ton. They need as many 3/4 shooters as possible. I don't see much of a logjam. 248-539-9797. Don't forget, we're giving away Usher tickets today at 141 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
So just another little update here. Amari Sankofa has tweeted this out regarding the Pistons acquisition. Per Cleaning the Glass. Great website. Cleaning the Glass. The Jazz scored 3.5 more points per 100 possessions and gave up 1.3 fewer points when Fontecchio was on the court. 75th percentile among wings in three-point accuracy. Very good shooter and offensive rebounder. Solid defender. Oh, well.
Well, look.
If you can defend, you'll probably play for the Pistons.
Here's the problem. The problem is what he got back in return is a player that hasn't been in the league, a second-round pick in Kevin Knox. And I find it hard to believe he will be particularly useful here, given that was the return. But, hey, Troy, if you've mined and found a one that can help, that's great. But it's really, really hard for me to drum up massive enthusiasm for this. You know?
Well, I don't think there is massive enthusiasm for this.
No, probably not. Today, by the way, is National Girls and Women in Sports Day. And it's funny. I kind of grew up as, traditional boy playing sports and thinking when I was younger, I want to have a son. I want to have a son that I can play catch with. And then I came to realize, as things started to shift here a little bit, that not everything you can do with your son in terms of sports, you can also do with a daughter. You can play catch with your daughter, football or baseball or softball or whatever the case may be. My daughter toyed a little bit in hockey. When I did the backyard ice rink, she would get all geared up and go out there and skate around a little bit, and ended up playing soccer and basketball and ended up actually kicking on the football team, which was really, really cool. But it changed in our lifetime that girls were way more involved in the participation of sports, and there were far more avenues with travel. I mean, almost everything there is travel boys, there's travel girls. For baseball, there's softball, there's all kinds of different outlets for girls, basketball, et cetera, et cetera. And now, like, there was just a record set. Kang, you were telling me about this. Kang Collects is the podcast that Kang you do because you're a card collector and memorabilia.
Doug, if you can collect it, I'll talk about it.
And that's what they talk about on Kang Collects. But we were talking about this in the office earlier today, and you brought up a record that was recently set in terms of it was a trading card. It was a girl's trading card, a female trading card that set a record.
Yeah, for basketball cards, for women's basketball, Caitlin Clark, if you haven't heard of her, she's the unbelievable basketball player for Iowa basketball.
Mm-hmm.
She had a card. It's in her college uniform, of course, because she's still in college, but it's for Bowman U, which is a company that makes cards like Topps or Upper Deck. A 1-of-1 Superfractor just went out for auction and sold for Gator. Do you know the answer to this?
I do not.
What do you think one of her basketball cards, her best basketball card, would sell for? Just throw a number out there.
$1,000.
Higher.
$10,000.
Higher.
Wow. $50,000.
Higher.
$100,000.
Lower. Okay. So it's sold for $78,000. Now, do I think that's overpaying for this card? Yes, I do personally. But it just goes to show her popularity and what someone at least thinks that this could be somewhat even more valuable as time goes on.
Well, yeah, if you're banking that women's sports is really going to get the uptick here and you get a ton of more fan interest, and she is a player that everybody's been talking about for the last couple of years because she takes these YOLO shots and makes more than half of them, it feels like, that she's going to be the next big thing in basketball, and maybe it'll be more of an attraction in the WNBA. And, I mean, they had numbers come out the other day for her most recent game with Iowa, and it was like the second most viewed women's basketball game ever or something. So there's something said for that. It's great. That's awesome.
It's funny because like stuff that would have been a huge deal before is you'll be sitting there watching whatever it is, and Fox will run a promo for an Iowa women's basketball game that's going to be aired on primetime on their big network, like not on Fox Sports 2 or streamed or something. And that's kind of standard operating procedure. It's not like this earth-shattering, can you believe it deal.
Women in sports, you think about it, how dramatically the opportunities are so much more prevalent now than what there ever were.
Yep.
Like 40 years ago, 50 years ago, you think about, were there any women that were playing Little League Baseball? I mean, I remember when I was playing Little League Baseball, there were like two girls that I knew of that wanted to play and were playing. And there were like 2 or 3 girls that wanted to play on the soccer teams as well. And then it just started to get more and more popular as the years went on. You think about female sideline reporters. Really weren't that many. I mean, you had the old NFL Today studios and Phyllis George and Jane Kennedy and your favorite Jane Kennedy.
Yep.
And some others back then, but really didn't see it. And then Leslie Visser came along, and then all of a sudden you start to see it really get more popular on the sidelines. And now every crew on TV has a female sideline reporter.
It was, I remember there was a brunette, I can't think of her name, but I remember it was like they made a big deal about her being on the field during games. I cannot remember her name, but she was one of the first ones. It wasn't Daisy Fuentes, was it?
Not only was Daisy.
About Rock and Jock, Doug?
No, I'm talking about for real, but it was that era.
It was Lisa Guerrero.
Yeah, maybe that's who it was.
I think it was her.
And Jill Arrington was one of the
Jill
first.
Arrington, yeah, was another one.
And I don't know what happened to Guerrero or Arrington.
Bonnie Bernstein.
Daisy Fuentes. Same era though, right?
Yeah,
Wasn't?
I guess. And Bonnie Bernstein has done amazing
Serena
things
Altschuld.
to help. Serena Altschuld. Duff. But Bonnie Bernstein's done some great things to help promote women in sports, and she's got her own platform that she helps to do that and has helped to teach and stuff. And it's great to see those opportunities now. And you've got women calling play-by-play now. You've got women that are involved as general managers in sports and involved in the front office in sports and scouting and all that. Coaching now. Becky Hammond and others. It's amazing to see how far it's come and also to see how much further it can go.
So, like, when you have kids, you're like, oh, man, one day maybe they can be, it's professional athletes, so you can live through them or whatever. I would not be, too upset if one of my daughters was in the front office and be like, all right, you need to trade for this person. Sign this person. Go after this person.
Yeah. Well,
you've got to get rid of Kevin Knox.
Yeah, right?
Don't care what you do. Don't care what kind of mojo you got to trade with him. He's got to go.
But there's stuff that's happening now that, again, in the last few years, we're accustomed to. A female official at an NFL game or college football game all the time.
NBA game.
Yep.
I mean, that's been going on for
all
20 years.
Yeah. We don't even blink anymore, which is cool.
Yeah.
But anyway, happy National Girls and Women in Sports Day. And yeah, I probably changed my attitude when I got to do play-by-play for Michigan women's softball, right? And they were going to the College World Series. This was a different radio life, and people were listening and into it. And I'm like, this is really, really cool. And then my daughter never really got into softball, with soccer and basketball mostly. But if you're a parent someday, I think traditionally guys are, I want to have a boy. And a lot of that stuff. Not all the stuff, but a lot of the stuff you can do with your daughter too. So, remember last year in the women's national championship game when Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark got into it with the "You can't see me" stuff?
That was front page news.
It was
good drama in sports.
It was great.
It really was. And hey, what if they play again? It could be like one of the highest rated women's basketball games of all time. So, anyway, all right. There's more stuff rolling in on this acquisition of Fontecchio, and Adrian Wojnarowski really praising this trade from a Piston perspective. We will get to that coming up today. Maybe it does deserve a whoa. We just went with
Come on. He's trading for 28-year-old 6'7" guy who
Doug wants a lifetime contract for this guy already.
right.
Just
Can I get my ding back?
There you go.
I don't. Yes, Gator, you could.
Simone Fontecchio.
You could absolutely have your ding back.
Oh.
What?
Did you take my ding?
And I'm giving it back. What Woj just tweeted. Maybe we shouldn't expect nothing. High praise indeed. All right, let's give away a pair of tickets to see Usher. First one with the correct answer. The following Carson Anderson quiz question. This is a tough one. What was the exact % chance, no rounding up or rounding down, The exact percent chance Fangraphs gave the Tigers to make the playoffs this year. We give you the number, the exact percent chance. Wow. First one with the correct answer at 248-539-9797.
This is Usher tickets, folks.
Past, present, and future at Little Caesars Arena, September 12th. You can win them before you can buy them. If you don't win, want to go, tickets go on sale Monday at 10 a.m., livenation.com or ticketmaster.com. 248-539-9797. Again, first correct answer gets the Usher tickets. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's hump day at Twin Peaks, and you know what that means. Bourbon and brews. Twin Peaks girls are wearing their black lingerie tonight, ready to help you cure those mid-week blues. Stop in from 5 to 7 to sample weekly specials. And did you know Twin Peaks has added more time to their daily party? All lodges are now open later. That means an extra hour of happy hour Monday through Thursday night. Late night happy hour starts at 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday and runs till midnight. That gives you late workers or night owls an extra hour to take advantage of their amazing happy hour specials. And the food's great. We were just there for a Lions party. Very good indeed. Bring the crew over and enjoy amazing deals on shareable items like $3 fried pickles, $5 hand-cut and breaded to-order mozzarella cheese bites, and wash it down with great drink deals like $3 Wells and $4 tall domestic drafts. Or buy a round of cheap shots for the group priced at $3.99. Why go anywhere else? Twin Peaks eats drinks and scenic views. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. That's twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Congratulations. We do have a winner. Lynn in Ortonville was the first one to answer correctly. The question was, what was the exact percent chance? No rounding up or down. What was the exact percent chance Fangraphs gave the Tigers to make the playoffs this year? The correct answer was 26.7%. Congratulations, Lynn. You have the 2 Usher tickets. For those of you that didn't win, I think we might be doing this again. But if not, tickets go on sale Monday, 10 a.m., livenation.com or ticketmaster.com. All right, Gates. Here's why I'm not going to oversell this. Maybe we should expect north of nothing from Fontecchio, the player that the Pistons just traded for. Fontecchio, this is from Adrian Wojnarowski, just tweeted out at this hour. Fontecchio will be a restricted free agent this summer, and the Pistons made trade to keep him as part of franchise's longer-term core. Fontecchio has had a lot of suitors at the trade deadline, and the Pistons land him for an early second-round pick and the draft rights to Procida. Now, unless Procida turns into something spectacular, I think we know what Kevin Knox is. Second-round picks, whatever. But, I mean, it sounds like maybe this doesn't mean much, but it sounds like Troy Weaver really liked this guy.
Well, I mean, again, it's a guy who can shoot, allegedly, from one year to the next in the NBA. I mean, shooting 39% from three-point land is pretty good. If he plays defense, then sign him up. Pistons need all the D help they can get and need help from three-point land as well. Does he turn the ball over? You know, that's the Pistons' real issue right now, turning the ball over in defense. But one of your favorite people in the media, Ryan Russillo, has a Twitter poll up.
Yeah.
And asked the question, and I think it's a fair question.
About Fontecchio?
Let's just listen. Here's the question. It's not about him. It's about what Utah got. Does Utah become the favorite in the West with Procida? The 3 choices were obviously, 2 is need more data, and lastly was no. I took the chance to vote so I could see the percentages.
And?
I chose obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously is in second place, but it's a tight race. In first place with 47.6, need more data. Second place with 42.6%, obviously. And only 9.9% people say no.
Hilarious. That's great. Well, look, I wonder if it is a precursor still to another deal, but we shall see.
I read that the Celtics were in on Fontecchio as well. So, yeah, Fontecchio, sorry. So I think he was sought after. I mean, he's obviously not a big name, but he's definitely got more upside than Kevin Knox. You know, Kevin Knox was kind of playing, like I said earlier, he shouldn't be playing as much as he is. It's the Pistons are that bad. And so this guy can shoot, and he's got some upside, and he's only in his second year in the league.
Give him some minutes.
Yeah,
see
exactly.
what he can do.
I mean, and they obviously like the potential. The thing is, Weaver, he says that about every trade he makes. But I do like this trade as far as I don't think you gave up much.
Well, you gave up hardly anything. Yeah. And what you're getting is somebody, if you're going to re-sign, probably shouldn't cost you a whole ton of money because he doesn't have any kind of track record where he's deserving of some sort of $15 million a year contract that they hand out like candy in the NBA. I mean, he's finishing up a contract where he's making, $3 million a year? So, okay, see what you can do the last 40 games here and how well do you shoot?
In the meantime, circling back to our winner, Lynn from Ortonville. Have you ever been to Ortonville?
I've been through Ortonville.
Yeah? What's Ortonville, what does it got going for? What's it famous for?
I think there's, it's more of larger acreage land.
Yeah.
It's a more farm area, I
Okay.
believe. More rural than it is urban.
Is it Thumb?
No.
No.
It's like Oxford,
okay,
Lake Orion, a little
north
bit.
of Clarkston.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've never been to Ortonville. I don't know what Ortonville's bringing to the table.
Well, apparently Lynn, winner. Congratulations.
Only bringing winners to the table. Only people going to see Usher. Well, anyway, congratulations to Lynn, and thank you. Thank you very much for listening. 4 days away from the Super Bowl, and Detroit still having a Detroit Lions season hangover. That is becoming more evident each passing day. It doesn't feel like it's getting it's getting any better. But if you have not read the Players Tribune story by Alex Anzalone that we referenced yesterday, look, he waded into the debate over the fourth down calls by Dan Campbell. But I think more importantly, reading how much it stings, how much it appears it will continue to sting, and how seriously they will come back motivated to try and not have that feeling again. That is something that that comes through quite a bit if you get a chance to read that story by Alex Anzalone. And I think he's endeared himself quite well to Detroit fans, Lions fans, who I don't think were very high on Alex Anzalone when he came into Detroit. Now is a key cog to the defense, and clearly a leader. Clearly a leader.
Yeah, I kind of thought when he came in, is he a seat holder? He's just a guy that they're going to bring in because he knows what kind of defense they're going to run, and he's an Aaron Glenn guy. You play with Dan Campbell or for Dan Campbell as well with those teams. Just familiarity, having a guy who knows what those guys are about.
Mm-hmm.
And no, he's a lot more than that. He's turned into a very good linebacker, and one of those guys that's part of the heart of the defense.
JPop1212 on Twitch says, not sure why, but we play Ortonville in football. Roughman420 says, Ortonville has the best pizza, Papa Bella's.
I've not had it.
Oh, there you go. So that's what they are. That's what they're bringing to the table. They play football and eat pizza in Ortonville. We welcome in Rico Beard, who has sauntered into the studio.
Like Maryland, crab cakes and football.
That's right. That's right.
That's what it's about, man.
How you doing today?
You know that movie reference?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I thought you did. I was about to be very.
No, I mean,
right?
Don't. I would guess. My guess would be. Oh, you want to go?
I do want to guess. Is it the guess where the woman had to pass the test, the Colts test, before she got married?
Diner?
That's what it was?
That's
right?
the name of the movie.
Yeah. She was engaged, and her husband made her take and pass a test about the Baltimore Colts before they got married. I assume that wasn't from Diner.
No.
Is it from The Replacements?
No.
These people, Rico.
You know where?
Of course I know.
What is it?
Wedding Crash.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, if I recall correctly, in the movie Diner, she did not pass the test. It wasn't the response. Wedding's off.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's it.
She had her chance.
That goes in a Wayback Machine.
And why I remember that scene from that movie.
It's like 1981 or something.
Why I remember that, I have no idea.
It's Mickey Rourke before he had his
Wedding
first.
Crashers. Actually, watch that one.
Paul Reiser?
Paul Reiser's in that, yeah. Okay, all right. You can, yeah, all right. Yeah, redemption, Doug.
Yeah.
Don't celebrate that.
All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Coming right out the gate, what the heck's wrong with Michigan State basketball? Just last 4 years has been painful. So,
well, last night was free throw shooting.
Yeah, didn't they miss all of them?
They missed. Well, they missed
7
10.
of 17.
They missed 10 free throws, and it was Malik Hall. I think he missed 5.
He was
like
1 of
5
6. Yeah.
Yeah. AJ, another senior, and AJ Hogarth could have tied the game. He got fouled on a 3-point shot, hit the first 2, bricked the last one. So then they had to play out of desperation. So
yeah, well, it's been a weird year.
It's been a weird 4 years for them.
Yeah.
37-35, their Big Ten record since Cassius Winston left.
Is that what it is? Wow. All right, that and what else?
Also, now that the bank statements are coming in, the credit card statements, how much did you actually spend on this Lions run? You can use a fake name in case the wife is listening.
I will tell you that with 2 kids at the University of Michigan, when the bank statements came in on the national title run, that was a whoa. That was not a huh.
That would be a
that was a whoa.
Yeah. So what did you actually spend?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yep. Well.
And then we'll monitor what's going on with the Pistons as well.
Yeah. Falchecchio?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that's Mike's cousins, he said.
Well, they traded one Italian for another Italian.
Hey.
So we're ready to tear up the Euro League.
We'll
All right,
get
well,
Danny Cutlets in here.
Have a great who?
The Giants quarterback.
Oh, gotcha. My bad. Out of context. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Pistons have acquired Simone Fontecchio from the Jazz for Kevin Knox, a second-round pick in this year's draft, and the rights to Italian developmental player Gabriel Procida. Fontecchio is averaging 8.9 points and 3.5 rebounds in 23 minutes per game this season. 28-year-old 6'8" forward, also shooting 39.1% from three. He's a restricted free agent this summer, but the Pistons reportedly view Fontecchio as part of their core and future. The move leaves Detroit with, as of now, 1 pick in the upcoming draft. That's their first rounder. The Pistons take their 3-game losing streak to California tonight as they begin a 5-game tour of the West Coast, and you can hear that right here on 97.1 pregame coverage starting at 9:35. Michigan Hoops, losers of 5 straight and 10 of 11. They host number 11 Wisconsin tonight. You can hear that on WWJ. Pregame coverage starts at 6:30. And more details on the sports streaming collaboration between ESPN, Fox, and Warner that was announced yesterday. CNBC reporting the service will be priced in the neighborhood of $50 per month. The combined cost of having all of those streamers' individual platforms, by the way, about $26 per month. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
An always illuminating edition of Kenobi Cott's Black History Month. Welcome in, everyone. We got a loaded show for you. I'm still recovering from finding out that Doug Karsh has never seen the movie Wedding Crashers. I can't believe he's a real person. Also, have just discovered Roberto is heinously dyeing his beard. Now, aside from those two facts,
You just noticed?
I try not to make eye contact with him. Today I just saw it. It was this regal shade of jet black. And I'm like, wow.
You did like the Larry David thing to me. You were staring at me. I go, what? You're like, something's different about it. I don't know what it is. What's going on?
I don't know. Oh, your beard looks like the Utah Jazz home uniform. All right. So we can investigate that later. But Doug Karsh not seeing Wedding Crashers, that's like station suspension. That's unbelievable. We have to talk about something.
Did the deep dive on the movie Diner.
Okay, good for him. So we are going to do a topic. And this is, I'm going to label it the parking meter. Because my parking meter's out. I'm done. I've had enough. I am eligible. I need to move the vehicle. We have to have an uncomfortable conversation, and I position it this way because Rico will be more level-headed than me. The topic at hand is something that used to be near and dear to my heart, and now largely I spite watch. I hate watch one of my teams. I think it is a program that is staler than week-old bread. I think it's a program that is long on history and short on talent. You got a Hall of Fame coach who got his pants coached off of him by a nobody last night. And once again, the very identity of said program, toughness, rebounding, we're going to run. Yeah, MSU don't do any of those. We got to have the Tom Izzo conversation. Because we are now in year 4 of total irrelevant basketball. TIB, they're irrelevant. Not ranked, not competing in a bad Big Ten, and frankly, about a 500 team. MSU lost 13 games, 13 games, 13 games, and this year it'll probably be, you guessed it, 13 or 14 games. Last night's loss to Minnesota was the most Charmin, soft nonsense. Oh, I have different words for it, but they'd get me fired. It was crap. So I want to ask the question, because every time you bring this up, oh my God, can you believe what they said about Lord Izzo? What do you mean what we said? Talked about his record? Talked about the complete lack of NBA talent on this team? Talked about the fact that we used to be every 4 years we'd go to a Final Four. Now we're essentially run by Kenny Holland, and it's just keep the streak alive. That's all MSU basketball is now. Some stupid streak where you get to be some team's wet wipe in the NCAA tournament. It's garbage. Oh my God, but he's a Hall of Famer. He is. And he is the best coach they'll ever have. None of it is applicable to what we're talking about. So tell me, people at large, Mr. R.L. Beard, the Prince of Moneyball, or SummerSlam, or whatever summer tournament you go to, and you tell me that Jackson Kohler's good.
He was, until he broke his foot, Mike.
Get a new one. I want to know, how much longer do we have? How much longer do I have to wait? Because you know what this looks like? It looks like a better human being version of Jim Boeheim. All right, Tom doesn't pick his nose, and I'm pretty sure he hasn't hit anybody with his car. Other than that, it's pretty close to Q's hoops. Awful. So I want to know, is your parking meter empty like mine? He could retire tomorrow, and I would say build the statue, name the court, and let's get this program, give it another swing. Is it running low? Like, look, legend, love him, but I'm going to give it till next year? Or are you doing the tra-la-la? He could stay as long as he wants. Don't you remember 2009? Where is your parking meter? Now, as Rico aptly told me via text last night, and he is factually true and emotionally correct, Tom Izzo's not going to retire on February 7th. That was factually true. But if you want me to get into the actual basketball, I can. It's garbage. Okay, here's the problem. You want to go, well, blame Malik Hall. He missed the free throw. No. Cat, tell him. Now more than ever, I get to blame everything on the coach because he's the GM, the owner, he's fully funded. These are his mistakes, making theirs on the court. Here's an idea. Malik Hall should have been told, you don't have to stop playing basketball, but you can't play here anymore. He's not an All-American caliber wing. He's not an All-Big Ten caliber player. Do you know what a blue blood program would have told him? Sit! Matty Sissoko, I know. Tough story. Amazing story that you're even here. Do me a favor. Look up the word Kalamazoo, and that's where you should be playing. Carson Cooper should be driving a tractor. He plays 20 a night. This is a lousy product. And oh, by the way, all the freshmen Tom recruited can't play. Can't play. Cohen Carr has no discernible basketball ability other than dunk button. Xavier Booker can't play. Dedrick Normand or whatever his name is, red shirt, doesn't play, doesn't even know if it's a real person. Might be a COVID cardboard cutout.
Garrick Normand.
Whatever. Could be Greg Norman for all I care. And Jeremy Fears got shot in the leg, but he wasn't an All-American before that incident took place. They stink. The program is stale. It's week-old Italian bread. You could kill somebody with it. So parking meter, I'm out. I can't watch it. It's garbage. They're soft. They're outside the top 200 in rebounding, offensive rebounding, made threes, pace of play. It's awful.
Here's where I'm shocked. I'm shocked that you're this passionate about it. No, seriously. Like, how many times have you said, I'm done, I'm not watching, it's on Peacock.
I'll never let go, Jack.
Right. And so I'm just, the fact that you have this emotion.
You know who did this to me? I have no joy. Nothing that wears green is joyous.
I'm just like, I realize this team is who it is.
Garbage.
And when they win, oh, okay. When they lose, you're like, oh, okay. It's Mike.
That's apathy. You've reached apathy
I have.
stage.
It's you getting mad at Heath Bar because he barks. That's what dogs do.
No, it's only when he does it at the fence. There's a difference.
They bark. Okay? Cats, cookies, his cat meows and purrs. That's what cats do. This team, it's mediocre.
But it's on him.
It's you flip a coin and you get good MSU, you get bad MSU.
Here's bottom line. Year 4 being totally irrelevant, and now it's a program that just hopes to make the tourney.
And that's
not good enough.
That's
not
what
good
they are.
enough.
It used to be, if you came to Michigan State, you could expect the Final Four once in your 4 years. It was everybody except for Appling and Payne. Every other player made it to the Final Four. And then all of a sudden, you become the Red Wings, where it's just the streak of making the tournament.
And you know what it means?
Come to Michigan State, and we'll let you play. Here's the sad reality. Under Izzo, these last 4 years, he has allowed the bar to slip from Final Fours and championship banners to, if you come here and we play good enough, maybe, just maybe, if we catch a break, we'll make it out of the first weekend of the tournament. That's a success. I'm shocked you don't put up the Sweet 16 banners anymore, because last year was looked at as a success. Wow, you lost a double overtime game to Kansas State. Ooh, but you didn't follow it up this year, because this year you started off number 4 overall and you crashed and burned.
He's done a lousy job. Say it.
37 and
35.
Mike, I just
37. No, not you. I'm saying people. It's okay. No, I'm projecting. You're caught in the crossfire.
Okay.
It's okay for someone to be a legend and also be currently bad at their job. Say it. Oh, but Tom didn't miss the free. No, Tom assembled this mess. Cassius Winston covered up for what the ugly reality was.
Well, no. And you know what? Last night, you know who else has been covering up? And you saw what happens when he leaves the game.
Tyson Walker.
Tyson Walker.
Hey, is Tom aware you can use a timeout when the other team's on a run?
He admitted he made a big mistake last night. You know what? And I know it doesn't help, but at least I'll give him credit. He realized I should have called a timeout at that moment.
Where's your parking meter?
It was all slipping
Where's your
away.
parking meter? Out of juice, little bit left, or I just fed the meter. He's a legend. Stay as long as you like.
I got a little bit left.
You got a little left?
I got a little left.
How much time? We talking a quarter's worth?
Yeah, I mean, you're probably looking at something's probably going to happen within the next 2 years.
Oh, yeah, no. See, I'm past that. If the assistants don't change, if the roster construction doesn't change, if he can't find a way to recruit freshmen who can actually play, don't change.
See, well, here's what happened, Mike. He doesn't do the one and done freshman. So you're not going to get that Kentucky type guy. The reality is, after he had the super class with Miles and Cassius and Langford and all those guys and Nick Ward, followed it up with, X and Jaron, his classes after that fell off. And what you're seeing is the byproduct of just upperclassmen who are role players.
Oh, and he won't use the portal.
Well, he did, but then he stopped. He went half wet. You went out there, you had Joey Hauser, you had Tyson Walker. 2 of your best players, 2 of your best scorers came from the portal. You didn't recruit them initially. Well, you did Hauser, but he got them in. And then he just said, you know what? I'm proving a point. I'm not going to use the portal.
So you proved your point. It's time to go. There, you proved your point. You're 70. You don't want to do it the way it needs to be done. That's not a crime. You've earned the right to enjoy your life and a vacation. Goodbye.
He gambled on his big men, and he is losing. Shirt.
Oh, also, shout out running the weave. Can't get enough of it. Hey, here's another one. Hey, the other team's doubling Malik Hall. Do you know what our counter was? There was none.
Okay.
Because you don't have to guard the 5 on our team. We got a dairy farmer, a dude with milk crates for hands, and then whatever on earth Jackson Kohler is.
The fact that they were doubling Malik, I laughed the first time I saw that.
I couldn't believe it was real.
Wait, are they doubling him?
Yes.
And then they did it again. I was like, wow.
What'd they think it was, Obi Toppin at Dayton?
I'm like, I guess if you're Malik, I guess you're happy. They think I'm a threat.
So let's ask the question. Look, there is no firing. That's not what it is. But what I can't do is when, like, okay, there's going to come a point where Dan Campbell will have his life cycle near an end as the Lions coach. And you're going to hear from people going, but look at what he's done for us. Like it's a charity. A man can be appreciated and be a legend. You know, it's the line in Mad Men.
Well,
you don't say thank you. That's what the money's for.
What you don't want is for it to go the full route of Mark D'Antonio.
Boeheim.
Yeah, where all of a sudden it's just...
And we're here.
You remember the good old days when you're talking like, I remember, when we won that title.
Here, have fun with this. Count the days back to the day we beat Zion to go to a Final Four. How many days has that been? How many years has that been?
5, going on 5.
Okay, so like I said, I'm done. Whatever happens, happens. I can't keep doing this to myself.
Yeah, because I give you the 2020 COVID class because it was COVID. It was weird recruiting, but you didn't follow it up. Like, you didn't bring any players. Now, here's the reality. The reason why I'm giving it a few more days because he did pick it back up. I know you're not big on Booker, but even Booker and his people will tell you. They never thought that they were like one and done type of thing.
No,
he
that's
knows.
Fine.
I need development.
The point I'm making is
and
I
Fears
hold you.
he literally caught a stray.
I understand. But it's a bottom line game. You got the portal. You got your players. You've got recruiting. You have to put a product out there that is commiserate. Forget about the salary with your status. MSU's no longer a blue blood. We're not. You can't go 5 years. You can't lose a combined 50 basketball games in 4 seasons.
You've turned into Tennessean football.
Right. I'm sorry. Like, I know Michigan fans are like, wait, that's not how this works. You're a blue blood forever. No, not in the real world. Welcome to Speaker City. Like, this is what it is. There's no NBA talent here. There's no product worth watching.
Now, can you get back to a blue blood? Yeah, you look at UConn. UConn fell off and came back.
Then I suggest he get to work on it. Where is your parking meter at with Michigan State basketball and Izzo? There's no enemies here. No one dislikes him or, oh my God. I love everything he's done. But there comes a point where if you're not going to do what needs to be done, probably time to go to the beach. 13 losses, 13 losses, 13 losses. Probably going to lose 15 this year. I'm not a bad person for saying that.
And you're still waiting for that big man to show up.
Oh, please.
Xavier Tillman shouldn't be the last big man that you had, who's already on his second NBA contract.
17th kid. Read something.
He's done. He's done having kids. All right.
Yeah, apparently we're done going to the Final Four.
Are you done? Yes. You sure? Yes. All right. Got it all out?
Yes.
All right. Crab cakes and football. All right. You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU, located right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech in Southfield. You want that career in radio, TV, you're a graphics design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. It's very simple. Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU with instructors who actually work in the business like yours truly. You're going to get great hands-on experience from day one. You're going to learn what it takes to make it in the business. And for you high schoolers out there, a free hands-on workshop for high school students sponsored by Lawrence Tech's Specs at LTU Media Communications Program and the College of Architecture and Design. Students will have the opportunity to explore various media workshops in a hands-on setting. Programs included are game art, movie magic, TV production, and digital graphics. But you need to reserve your spot as soon as possible. Go to ltu.edu/media mashup. ltu.edu/media matchup.